It's a really good delivery, a good start by Francis, the opening batsman, Arian Tumala, right-handed opening batsman. He had a good game in the first game against Trinidad and Tobago. Both of these teams have lost their first game. The USMN losing narrowly to Trinidad and Tobago at St. Paul's, and the Leeward Islands falling short to the Windward Islands at Connery in their first games respectively. But Tumalo has some form. He made 51 from 76 deliveries. This one played nicely to cover just for a single. So the US men are off and running.
Obvious difference though is the bounce. Seems to be a lot better as you relate it to the game that was before a few days ago. There was very little, if any, bounce at all. In fact, the keeper was taking most of them ankle height. But now we see the first delivery took off pretty well, and I think it surprised the batsman somewhat.
Yes, I was able to take a look at the wicket earlier, and it certainly looks much better than the previous one that we played on. Of course, there are three pitches here at St. Mary's Park. They are currently playing on the middle square of those three, as we see Ange Boj, number 2 batsman for the US, taking his guard. And yes, the pitch seems like it's going to be much better than the one that we had in the first game. A lot of carry for sure. And the ball coming on nicely to the bat. And so definitely a good toss to win. And based on the history of this ground, you would think that even though it's a good batting service, as the day progresses, it's going to get a bit slower. And probably something in it for the spinners. So good decision. Well, one would think a good decision by the US men to win the toss, put runs on the board, and try to put the Leeward Islands under pressure chasing.
Again, the carries very well. The decision to bat first, many people judge that based on your opening partnerships and how well the first 3-4 batsmen and how they go. But this is early yet, and one would not want to judge whether it's a good toss to win or not.
Well, by the look of it,
yes,
it's certainly a wise decision. And this one driven nicely to cover, stopped by the man at extra cover. Yes, it does look like a better wicket for sure in these initial deliveries. Of course, we will see how it holds up as the ball gets older, but these two teams will certainly be looking to get off to a good start here. They certainly need a result coming off the back of a loss.
Both of them are struggling. They both lost their first encounter, and one would hope that each team will get down and do what they have to do. The wicket seems good. The bounce and carry seems pretty pleasant, and so one would have to wait and see.
And this one clipped into the leg side for a single, and that brings an end to the first over. So at the end of over number 1, the US 2 without loss.
Yes, quiet few deliveries. The first one took off. The rest of them were pretty irregular. We have to wait and see what happens as the exchanges continue. Remember the first strip that we had gave quite some turn to the spinners, and one wonders with the sort of nice bounce and carry that we're seeing, what would be the exploits of the spinners.
So as we see Captain Matthew Miller coming from this pavilion, and certainly it would be interesting to see the role that the spinners play on this pitch, especially young Micah McKenzie for the Leeward Islands, who would have previously picked up 5 for 36 in that loss against the Windward Islands. He's been on a really good run of form, going all the way back to the West Indies breakout tournament. And so it really would be interesting to see how what he does on this wicket, and the Leeward Islands would be certainly hoping he can at least get close to what he did against the Windward Islands if they are to stand any chance of bowling out the US quickly. But Miller at the top of his mark, Boja on strike. And this one full length outside the off stump, left alone. So a watchful start here by these two batsmen.
Yes, we have one slip. This is the second over. One slip, um, a gully cover, extra cover, mid off. One wonders if a little more um, in terms of another slip, maybe. Just in the event that something slips past the edge.
Well, it doesn't seem to be swinging out there at the moment. It just seems like a really placid wicket, really. So it would be important to, on a wicket that is playing, that looks to be playing well, to ensure that you stay wicket to wicket and keep things as tight as possible. But I do agree, they can look to probably entice the drive by moving that man an extra cover to slip. And this one shot, rushing the batsman. We can see a stark difference in how this wicket is playing now as to the previous one. We noted that in the last game the pitch was really slow, but that one really rushing the batsman. So we've seen a difference in a few days where the ball was struggling to reach to the batsman, and now they're getting rushed.
Yes, but
And this one shot again, pulled away, backward of square. Batsman crossing for two. It will run close to the boundary. It gets close. Batsman coming back. We're looking to come back for three, but good work by the man coming around at mid wicket there, just limiting that to 2 runs. Probably should have been three.
yeah, there is some bounce. From this end, it seems a bit. The first one sort of rushed the batsman. The second one, it was well in place. What I was thinking about the slip is that if you have one slip in, there is no encouragement for you to give the batsman that full one toward, just outside off stump. The field could suggest, what sort of deliveries you bowl. And being the second over, I was expecting a ball right up on off stump or just outside.
And this one driven to that man at extra cover.
Yeah, there's also a third man, which in the event the ball slips through, there is some cover. And so he should be bowling instead of short outside leg stump. He should be more on off stump with the sort of feel that he sees.
This one full, driven in the ear, just past the man at backward point and runs away to the boundary. So the first boundary of the innings going to Boje, and a good shot. It was a bit wide outside the off stump, and he freed his hands, got it past backward point for four.
Yes, a ball that was full, really. Well, it was full but wide. In fact, recently I understand that many bowlers will bowl you a few balls direct and off stump, and all of a sudden he gives you one full just wide, and your eyes open and you flash, and normally that goes to an edge. But what I'm saying is that the ball slipped through the offside. If he is going to drive and so on, you should put another slip in, or pack the offside field in such a way where he's encouraged to bowl on that on that off stump line.
And it is interesting with the bounce that they have a gully in place. Maybe think as well about probably where that gully is positioned now. If it's gonna be like that, the man at point probably needs to be a bit more wide, because it's going to squirt in that direction that it did. But at the end of over number 2, the score 8 without loss. So a bit of a sedate start here by the US men, just trying to get themselves in. It looks like a really good wicket to bat on based on these first 2 overs, of course. That we'll see. We'll make a better assessment as the game progresses. But a solid start here and we see a bit of well, I'm not really sure what's going on in the middle. There seems to be some work, some gears being brought out for the batsmen.
A change of pads, maybe, or it's something changing. But yes, the USA, well, they're starting with some caution, knowing that they lost their first game. Bulge is his name. He seemed to be one that will go at you if you're off course. And but in the early exchanges, one will have to be careful and learn or assess what the nature of the pitch is, and then later you can launch. But for now, there's some bounce and carry. Lateral movement, we have not seen much of that. I think the field placing, if he is going to drive and bowl off stump, he should have a second slip, because the second over, and but there were one slip, cover, Gotley, extra cover, and mid off. I thought that should have been concentrating on a more fuller line on off stump, inviting the drive, and then let the slips come into place. And then he had two short deliveries. One was almost hit back to him because he sort of rushed the batsman, and then the second one was pulled away for 2 runs down in the deep backward square leg area.
Of course, Francis coming in for his second over. This one wide down the leg side. And one thing to note as well is that during the Leeward Islands last game at Connery, they had 25 extras, and including 20 wides, and I'm sure that is something that the coaching staff for the Leeward Islands and the team would have looked at. 20 wides and 3 no balls, so certainly need to cut down on extras. And this one outside off stump, lifted over cover and plugs in the outfield, batsman crossing for 2. And so good intent shown by Tumala. Again, he was the main, one of the main batsmen for the USA men's second team in that game against Trinidad with a half century. So he certainly looks to be in good form. And one thing we have noticed as well with in general, the USA batsmen, they're quite comfortable. They want to get on the front foot and drive. And this one just back of a length, tucked away into the leg side for a single.
Well, in this case now there are 2 slips. Apparently the captain feels that number 48 has a much better control, and therefore gave him 2 slips. However, the shot that was played over extra cover was a nice shot. I mean, in this limited overs setting, that's considered a fairly good shot. It was a bit high, and therefore it didn't hit the grass and run away. Because of the height, of course, it dropped and almost went dead. So, to my mind, a good effort, a good shot, and one that you could encourage if the bowler pitches up.
Oh, this one full and lovely, just driven through the extra cover region, past the man at mid-off for 2. So really good shot there. It was a half volley outside his off stump, and he leant into that one. And one thing we should also note is that while the outfield is lush, it's not trimmed right down, so the likelihood of the ball plugging or stopping in the outfield is high, and so batsmen really need to run hard to get as much runs as possible. Of course, you would need to apply strength to get it to the boundary or over it at least.
Of course, the boundaries at Kearney are fairly wide, pretty large. I haven't measured them, but they, for instance, the one that went there through extra cover, it's a long ways out there to that light stand, and of course you must hit it firmly and time it well for it to race away. Of course, the ground was cut. It's not lush green, but I think that the ball should run away if the timing is right.
I concur. And again, looking to drive is Bourget, Getting this one past the man at extra cover, slightly stopped there, and it looks like Tilokani running around from mid-off limits that one to a single. Score moving on to 15 without loss, with one delivery left in the third over. This one again, just down the leg side. As we see the field here, there's a first slip and a man at a wide slip, almost a third slip.
Third slip, yes.
There's a third man on the boundary, cover point, extra cover, mid-off. And there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg for Francis. Francis, who's bowling with good pace here. This one left, nicely left. So at the end of 3 overs, the score 16 without loss.
Yes, two beautiful drives up on the offside, which means he was fairly full of length. I wouldn't say he missed his length. I say that they were full of length, and the batsman drove out to extra cover. The first one went for 2. The other one was just went for 1 after a slight misfield. But there were 2 slips employed, and that is the encouragement for him to bowl a lot fuller rather than short, because bowling short, if you don't have the zip and the pace, it means that you could be punished. And so the encouragement is to bowl full. In fact, I heard the coach bellowing to the last bowler, not too wide, and
Miller to continue from the pavilion end. This one nicely lined. And as a bowler though, when you have slips in place, you don't mind a batsman coming on his front foot to drive. That's what you want. That's how you're going to get the edge. So he should be encouraged. However, he doesn't want to get too full and allow the batsman to get on top of him, no half volleys. So he needs to find that length that's not too full but also not too short, just to get the batsman coming forward to play that drive. We haven't seen any swing, so that is interesting. This one again, Miller, a nice line outside the off stump.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around why there is 1 slip employed from Miller. That's his Miller?
Yeah, Miller.
Why is 1 slip employed for him? And when the other bowler from the other end, he gets 2 slips. Well, the captain's knowledge of his men and the way how they bowl.
Oh, this one driven nicely, but stopped well in the covers. Good work there by the man at cover point.
Number 31.
Israel Morton, the man there at a cover point. So really good fielding by him. That one was timed nicely by Boje. So he seems to be hitting it well so far. This one again left outside the off stump. So good bowling here by Miller so far. Discipline, line and length to his field. Now of course you were talking about the field placement. Well, Miller is the man, he's the captain, and so if anyone has a say in how the field is set, yes,
by all means.
So but I am curious to see, I am curious about his gully. He hasn't really been shot per se, and as I said that he's just putting this one down the leg side. Again, the Leeward Islands need to be cognizant of their extras.
Yes, I understand the last time they were very indisciplined in their last outing. I don't know what they have done to try and correct that. At least, well, I've heard the coach saying not too wide, and maybe the idea is for them to slow things down a bit and get it right.
And this one on middle, flicked away past that man at mid-wicket. Batsman coming back for 2. It looks like Carlton plucked there at mid-wicket. So Miller just straying a bit straight there, and Boja flicking that one for 2. Yes, of course, when you have, and especially in a low-scoring encounter, that was in the previous game for the Leeward Islands, with a score of 124 and bowling 25 extras, they could have gotten them out for 100. And this one shot pulled in front of the man at mid-on and over his head for 4. So lovely shot there. He just hit that one, stood up in the wicket, and he just slapped that one over mid-on for 4.
Yes, the bowler transgressed in that he was rather short. The ball didn't fly off. It ballooned, actually, giving the batsman a chance to pull it over long on, if you want to call it that. A little sort of not square leg, which means the ball had not much pace on it. And if you're going to bowl short, you need to put effort. And the how you line it is important. A bouncer short on off stump that is ballooning is fair game. And the batsman, Boje, he seems intent on anything that is slightly off. He's going to capitalize.
Yes, at the end of 4 overs, they scored 23 without loss. So a solid start here from the US men. Francis, this one wide. And so that ill discipline that we were speaking of seems to be creeping back into the Leeward Islands. So far, I counted 5 wide so far in this innings with only 4 overs bowled. Well, this is the 5th. And so
strange enough, wide on the offside is so much different to one on the onside. This one was wide off stump, and apparently, as the coach was telling him not to wide, no, he actually delivered one.
Oh. And this one hitting the batsman on his pad. Bowler goes up for appeal and given. So Francis gets the wicket. Tomala hit on the back pad, and an inquiry went up by Francis. It took the umpire some time. He really deliberated on that one and ultimately siding with the bowler. So the first wicket falls for the USMN on 24 in the 5th over.
Yes, he was hit on the pad. I would advise the young bowler Francis, when he is appealing, he must appeal to the umpire, not to the batsman or not to the keeper. He was running forward with his hands in the air and appealing. And he turned back for one brief moment and the umpire acknowledged. What I'm saying is that many cricketers of recent time, they have gotten themselves so emotionally charged that they would have an appeal, and instead of appealing to the umpire, they will appeal and running forward away from the umpire. I think it's a little disrespectful. You want me to make a decision, but you're not asking me. And so Francis was slightly guilty of that. He turned for one moment and he acknowledged the umpire. The umpire went up in the affirmative. A delivery after a wide, I must say, apparently caught the batsman off guard. He was hit in front and adjudged LBW.
Yes, I think that he was beaten for pace there and struck on the back leg. Francis thought it was plumb. I mean, that he was running to the wicketkeeper to celebrate, but the umpire was not so convinced. He took some time, and so I do agree that maybe it wasn't as close as Francis thought it was, based on the deliberations by the umpire. Nonetheless, a wicket has fallen, and now we see the new batsman Darshan Hari Babu batting at number 22, and so a good early opening partnership there. They got 24 runs, and we'll see how Francis goes again. And this one edged to third man. Interesting, Miller was standing at third slip. He seems to have moved a bit more fine, more closer to second slip. Had he been in that third,
he was
yes,
before, he might have taken that catch.
Yes, but just a single added. So Hari Babu gets off the mark off his first delivery, brings back Boje on strike. Now it would be interesting to see how he approaches it, losing his partner. Will he continue to go after the ball. Well, he hasn't really gone after the ball, and he has tried his best to punish the loose deliveries. Still has 4 deliveries in this over to negotiate.
Oh, jeez.
Francis nicely. Just in the corridor outside half stump. As we see for Bourget, there's a first slip, a deep third man, backward point, a point, extra cover, mid-off on the offside, and on the onside there's a deep fine leg, orthodox mid-wicket and a mid-on.
Bourget, wide stance, diminutive, as there are so many diminutive left-handers around the world. Some of them are quite destructive. I think we might see one of them this morning against the West Indies. I don't know if it would be. But the way the mullet game is done these days, they always have a left-hand, right-hand combination, and one of them are normally quite diminutive.
And this one, a full toss driven nicely through extra cover. And this one should challenge the boundary. It looks like it will go all the way. So lovely shot there from Bourget. It was a poor delivery from Francis. A full toss outside the off stump. And he just lent on that one, timing it past him on that extra cover for 4.
Yes, slightly wide of off stump, giving him the room to free his arms. He hit it well. His eyes didn't open wide and went wild. He simply placed it well. Past the man there, and it ran all the way for well timed, well struck. It raced away to the boundary.
Yes, much just on the fact that it was well timed. He didn't try to overhit it, although it was a full toss. Just trying to beat it. There's a bit of a gap there between the extra cover and the mid off. And certainly as a bowler, you don't mind that with a slip in place, but you need to put it on the pitch.
Yes, you need to get it in an area where the batsman is driving. I mean, that one's a bit wide, really. For it to go to slip, then, would have been strange. But you need to bring him on the front foot driving.
And this one short pulled away. Lovely shot there.
Yeah.
Flew away to the backward square boundary, and that concludes the over on 33. So at the end of 5 overs, they score 33 for 1, and Bourget looking in good touch here.
Yeah, Francis erred. He transgressed in that he was short on the leg stump. It was punished, pulled away for 4. What do you expect when you're bowling a short delivery on leg stump to a left-hand batsman? I thought that he erred. The Leeward's captain would now have to instruct bowl on the offside. You see, but he bowled one on the offside, which was wide, got punished. Now he simply over-adjusted and went short on leg stump, pulled away for 4.
And you have to take into consideration as a bowler, your field set. Now that was a poor delivery regardless. It's pitched on midland leg, and so he just needed to get something on it to get it past backward square. But a really good shot by him. He's not trying to overhit the ball, is Bourget. As Miller continues, this one wide again. So we've had an over of wides in the 6th over, and the fastman being guilty of being a bit erratic here. Of course, as you would have noted, McCall, there is a difficulty for bowlers when you have a left and right hand combination at the crease.
Yeah, there is some bowlers express concern that it really upsets the rhythm and everything.
This one better lined there by Miller.
The Leewards would be of course, well aware of the last game that they had when they were 20 plus wides in a game of 124, and they still lost by a few runs, they were playing against themselves in terms of playing against the many wides and indiscretions that they had.
And this one shot by Miller, batsman ducking well under it. And now we see the signal from the umpire, one for the over. And so Miller not afraid to really use the short ball. We've seen him use it a few times in this innings. However, needs to be careful as he doesn't have a field set for consistent short bowling. But he has done a good job so far. And this one bouncing off of a length. Well played by Harry Babu with soft hands to get it to the man at third man for a single. But that was a good delivery. Seemed to kick off a length there. But well played by the batsman. A good adjustment by him to get it away from slip. As Bourget now comes back on strike. Field has to change for the left-handed batsman. 3 deliveries to go in this over.
I hope there wasn't a wide already. They seem to be too famous for these wides. An adjustment being made to the fielder down on the backward square. Asking him to come in a few feet. Apparently he is intent on bowling something short.
Yes, an interesting change in the field here. And he goes short again. He was warned about one for the over, that one going clearly over
Yes, so that's
the batsman head. Yes.
You see, I thought he would have used the opportunity, having been warned already. He moved the deep backward square, and then he should have had a Yorker instead of a short delivery because he was warned already. I felt he should have gone with a Yorker.
And this one outside the off stump. Interesting change to the field. As you would have noted, there's a man now at backward square. He's not on the boundary per se. He's about halfway in from the boundary between the 30-yard circle and the boundary. He's still persisting with a slip and a gully along with backward point. And so he has no protection. If he does get the edge and he beats any of those men there, there's a likelihood that it goes for a boundary. And so interesting field placement here. Shot again. This one pulled well in front of square. That's a lovely shot.
One bounce.
One bounce to the boundary for 4. So Bourget really quick on that one. It was short and he pulled it. You can see that he was expecting it because he pulled it well in front of square.
Bourget he just took advantage of some indiscretion from the bowler. I think he's a bit confused now. He bowled one short delivery which the umpire decided the first one over. He adjusted his deep backward square, bowled another short delivery which was called a no ball, and then he went short and got spanked for 4.
And this one, batsman looking for a quick single, some hesitation, deciding against it at the end of over number 6. The score 40 for 1. Ange Bourget on 28 runs from 26 deliveries, and his partner Harry Babu on 2 runs from 4 deliveries. Yes, Miller a bit inconsistent there in that last over.
Yeah, you cannot see the plan based on how he's bowling.
I agree.
Even by the field placing, you wonder whether he wants to bowl on the offside or on the onside. And then he was called for a short delivery, one which was the only one he's allowed legally. And then he still went for a second. And then he went for a third. And then he was hit away for 4.
I think if he wants to go the route of that short length, he probably should go over the wicket to cramp the batsman to get them to hit it more behind square. That one, when it's coming around, the likelihood of them hitting it in front of square is high. As Francis continues from the far end. And this one, Harry Babu fishing outside the off stump. So Francis has been bowling really well. His figures, 1 wicket for 20 runs in his 4th over. A bit expensive, but he has gotten the breakthrough.
Yes.
And the US men currently going at just under 6.5 runs and over. So a good start by them so far. And Harry Babu looking to play that one on the on the leg side, just able to get it to the man there at extra cover. It's interesting to see that the captain is continuing to persist with a slip and a gully. Now we haven't really seen. There was one delivery, the first delivery from Harry Babu, that was edge. Apart from that, we haven't seen anything going through the slip cordon. And this one full of length and driven to the man at mid-off. Yes, we haven't really seen any movement in terms of swing or seam yet at the moment.
No lateral movement evident. It's just that maybe the Leeward Islanders are not giving it enough time for it to swerve. In fact, Miller, he seems a bit pacey, but he tends to be a bit short. Francis seems to be taking it up a little further.
And yes, this one off the outside edge and running to the backward point boundary. So a foul shot there by Harry Babu. Francis has been consistent outside the off stump in this over. This one a touch full, going for the drive, and luckily for him, the outside edge going past the man there at backward point. Score now moving on to 44.
Yeah, and that should encourage Francis to persist with that line, and even, well, he can vary his lengths, but the line should remain because there are so many of his fielders on the offside. In fact, the majority of them are on the offside.
Yes, and this one well left outside the off stump. Yes, I am curious to know when the captain is going to begin to think about a change in feel now again. With no lateral movement, as you would have noted, the slip feelers and especially gully becomes moot. There's nothing really to indicate that they're gonna get that edge per se. And this one was played into the offside.
And having said that, the very next wicket could come from a ball going to slip.
Well, that is the risk, of course.
Cricket is a funny old game.
At the end of 7 overs, the score 44 for 1. So a solid start here by the US men.
Yeah, I think it's a good start, and Bourget seems to be the one. If something is short or ill-directed, he is going to pounce in it, and the Leewards would have to work him out because he seems unafraid to go for his strokes if they deliver something that is not well lined. The field placing still, I'm not saying it's bad field placing, but you must know your bowlers. I would think they need to work things out and encourage the bowlers to bowl on one side of the wicket.
Still
persist with that until you succeed.
Miller continuing from the pavilion. Yes, there was a discussion. Sorry to cut you, McCall.
That's okay.
But there was a discussion between the coach and the captain. He was asking, inquiring about the gully now out of position. So there's a wide slip, almost looks like a fly slip between second and third. Deep third man point, cover, mid off. Oh, and he's bowled.
Holy.
That is a lovely delivery there. Beaten for pace. It seems like Bourget and Miller getting the breakthrough now. So the US men lose their second wicket in the 8th over with the score on 44.
See, bowling short deliveries could only produce runs. That ball was well directed up to the bat. He was trying to cover, but apparently he was late on it. If you could look at it again, he was late on it, and therefore he was clean bowled. A beautiful delivery, in my view.
Yes, and it's important to note that on a wicket such as this, where there's very little in it in terms of movement, you have to be very consistent with your line and your length, and so that one a really good delivery because he pitched it on the stump. And when the batsman missed it, of
He
course
got
he
bowled.
hits,
Yes.
and you have to give yourself the best chance. That's the best way you're gonna get a wicket here, and also to replay. Francis as well lined it when he got the first wicket. He lined it on the stump. He got an LBW. So of course, wicket to wicket seems to be the play here so far.
Yeah,
As
many bowl. Sorry to cut you. Many bowling coaches around the world now they are encouraging their bowlers. If you aim at the stumps and he misses, you will get yourself a wicket. It is the way the coaching manuals are putting it now. Bowl at the stumps at all times. The Australians they bowl at the stumps at all times. If they miss your bat, they hit your pads, and then they use the DRS, which which saves quite a lot of problems. But the coaching manuals now are encouraging that bowlers bowl at the stumps.
this is, as they say, when they miss, you hit.
That is correct.
As the new batsman Amog Aripali, now the captain, coming in at number 4 to face Miller, who's been bowling with good pace, as you would have noted, McCall.
Mm-hmm.
And this one just played off the hip to fine leg batsman looking for 2, but good feeling there by the man just limits it to a single. So off the mark right away is the skipper.
Yes, you can hear the chirping of the Leeward Islanders. They have seen a little success, so therefore they're encouraged.
Miller to continue. This one. And now it would be a bit easier on the bowling team with 2 right-hand batsmen. Now they can really focus their line and length. Really lovely day for cricket here. We're flanked to our right by the Caribbean Sea. Sorry, with the Atlantic Ocean.
That is correct.
And on our left, the lush valleys and hills leading up to Mount Lyamigua. So really, really good day for cricket. There's a nice gentle breeze coming across the ground off the ocean. And this one, Miller really getting some bounce there. Batsman, ooh, that was an opportunity for a run out. They decide against it, but hesitation in the running there and a good effort. It would have been interesting to see if he had hit, what would have been the umpire's decision there.
Yeah, well, the idea is to hit first and then ask after. But it was good feeling, though, good feeling, and attempt at a run out. And then there was backing up on the other side. So good cricket all around, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes. Oh, and this one right in the black hole there. And the batsman able to play it. So at the end of 8 overs, the USA men 45 for 2, losing Boje, the set batsman, in that last over. And a really good over by Matthew Miller. He got a wicket and just 1 run coming off of that over. And so, finely poised game here. You can't really say one team is ahead of the other.
Well, providing Leewards, once they reduce the number of extras, I think they would be, they'd be very competitive. In 124, you had 22, 23 extras. Really ridiculous.
Yes,
So if we can get an adjustment to that, I think they would, show themselves quite worthy to compete here.
And it especially hurts when you would have lost and fell within that range of extras that you've given away. And so it's really important for these players to understand that everyone's saved. There's a run that you don't have to make when chasing. Francis to continue. This one shot and
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Yeah, Francis delivered a short delivery, wide off stump. He transgressed in the sense that his line and length was not for his to his benefit, and the batsman got back and cracked it beautifully through cover, and that was 4 runs.
Yes, it was short outside the off stump, allowing Aripali to free his arms, and and that one raced away to the boundary. And so a good shot by him. They still need to punish the bad deliveries. Francis again, and this one signal wide. This one signal wide by the umpire.
Again, the extras building up, so we'll have to be careful.
Yes, so far in this inning, 7 wides already. And so and this one straight driven to mid-on. Francis thought he was in for a shout there, probably looking for either LBW or bowl, but a good change up by him. He has been pitching them outside the off stump, just putting one a little bit straighter just to see what the batsman would do. However, the captain Aripali was able to negotiate.
I think there was a touch onto it. He had some kind of edge on it, so that's why he stifled the appeal.
This one again played into the offside. So Francis being a bit consistent. He's signaling for something to the dressing room. Not sure. 3 overs left in his 5th, and he has 1 wicket for 29 runs so far.
Yeah, the Leewards are encouraged, clapping and chirping and encouraging one another, and that's the spirit.
Yes,
normally when things are down, that's when you need that sort of encouragement. But they are, well, it's evenly poised at this point, as far as I'm concerned. They have had 2 wickets, and they seem to be trying to reduce the extras.
Ooh, and this one full in the black hole. Yorker length, well played by Aripali, and we should note as well that that wide earlier in the over would have brought up the 50 for the US. So 50 for 2 with 1 delivery left in the 9th. I would say a solid start from them.
Yeah, good start. A little indifferent. There was some indifference with the bowling early up in terms of a few wides and short deliveries.
And this one again short, cracked away past the man at backward point, runs away into the boundary again. So Francis started the over with a bad short wide delivery, ends it the same way as well, punished on both occasions. At the end of 9 overs, the score 54 for 2.
Yes, I must give credit to the batsmen from the US1. They have put away anything that was offline, and in my view, they are continuing. So even though the bowling is good up to a point, they have capitalized on anything that was that was given to them. When the Leewards were short, they pulled. If they were on leg stump, now this one was short and wide off stump, spanked beautifully to the to the cover area, and 4 more runs square. Yes. I think it was a good shot. So 2 good shots from from Harry Babu. 2 good 4s from short deliveries.
No.
And Harry Pally. Yes, that's the captain, you say?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Here is Miller. Miller is very pacey in my view. I think he has the ability to generate some good pace, and given a year or 2 after this, he could be rather quick.
Yes, and he's relatively young. He's 16 years old.
Wow.
And
Yes.
he is the captain as well, and so really goes to show the confidence that the management has in him and his ability to lead at such a young age. This one nicely lined again. Yes, I must go back to your point, McCall, that the the US batsmen, they have not tried anything to rush. They've not tried to overhit it. They've timed it well and really looked to punish the bad deliveries. Aripali showing there that they are quite adept at anything short outside the off stump. They're gonna go for it. So Francis needs to be a bit more consistent. And this one flick to the man at mid-on, and a lovely catch there, running in. A fall shot there by Harry Babu. He seemed to hit it a bit too early, like almost a leading edge. He tried to flick that one probably a bit more square, and just ended up patting that one to the man at mid-on, Erit Richards.
Was he deceived by a slow delivery? That's the question.
Well,
was he?
I would like to see a replay on it.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it was a slow delivery. He seemed to mistime it though. I'm not sure if it was because of a lack of pace or maybe he just it was an ill-timed shot. But the third wicket falls with the score on 54, and we can say that the Leeward Islands in this 10th over would be probably looking to say that they pulled away with it, getting 3 wickets in the first power play.
Yes, and well, I said it was even Steven at one point. The Leewards could be now edging in front in terms of having the advantage. Like I said, if they continue to maintain or prevent the indiscretions of wide deliveries and no balls, they could have an impact. The bowling, in my view, at first was a bit short by Matthew and then Miller, by Miller, but then he seemed to have made some adjustments, and now it is paying some dividend. Francis has been pretty consistent, a little on the short and wide side occasionally, but in my view he has maintained a reasonably good line and length, except the few indiscretions.
Yes, he shouldn't be too perturbed, Francis, because his field and the field that was set for him was basically off stump, a line outside the off stump, as we have drinks here. But yes, even though the figures don't reflect such, Francis has been the more consistent in terms of line and length. Miller a bit more inconsistent, but what he has though is the pace to trouble the batsman. And just as well, his figures 2 for 21 in his 5th over, and so it was a evenly poised start, I would say, but I would give the Leeward Islands the upper hand in the first power play, simply because they have gotten 3 wickets.
3 wickets, yeah. What's your thought, Sanjay, on the
Vijay.
West Indies? Vijay.
Yes.
Yeah, the West Indies' chances of gaining a victory today. Tomorrow.
Well, I was looking at the game yesterday. I followed it throughout the day, and I would say that I don't have a problem with the West Indies bowling attack. I think they do really well. I think they've done a really good job so far for a long period of time. It's just if our batsmen are capable of making anything over 300. And now we've seen in the series that has been a struggle, and the pitch doesn't.
For either team.
Yes, for either team.
Yes.
With I think Australia probably would have cost it maybe once or twice for the series, but batting in general has been difficult in that series. But of course, Australia, the more superior team, having come out of the World Test Championship straight to the West Indies, and of course, hurting by that defeat to South Africa. I would say that I believe once the West Indian batsmen apply themselves and give themselves the best chance to get the runs, then they should go close. I would commend both bowling units in each side. They have done a really good job of limiting the batsmen in terms of runs. Yesterday was a war of attrition.
So what sort of total would you be comfortable with? Or you think the West Indies could
Well, like I
chase
said,
down.
West Indies struggle to make 300, and so anything over 250, which Australia already have with
Mhm.
wickets in hand at this moment.
Yeah.
uh, One would hope that the West Indies kind of wrap up the Australians early this morning and try to get out there and just try to bat. Really, there's still time in the Test match. There's still 2 days left. And so they really need to just take their time, apply themselves, of course, get Australia out for as little as possible.
Yeah.
Don't try to give up too much runs in this chase. But we are back here now at
Yeah.
St. Mary's Park in Cairn after the drinks break has concluded. Of course, the last delivery before that drinks break was taken was the wicket of Harry Babu,
Mhm.
the new man on strike, Sean Jindal, left-handed batsman. And this one full again. Well, I'm curious to know what the bowler was appealing for. That one seemed to come right off the face of the bat.
Yeah, but he seemed to have hit something before.
Yes.
He seemed to have hit something before. There were two sounds, but he came off the bat pretty
Yes,
pretty well,
yes. Maybe it was just the bat clipping the pad.
apparently.
But
the
Miller,
bowler was just asking.
yes, but
There's nothing wrong in asking a question.
again it's one bowl. And so Miller certainly has found his length. He has been full, and this is the second time he has gotten a batsman bowled,
Yes.
I believe, in this innings. And so Jindal, a really short stay for him. Now the US men in a spot of bother. They score 54 for 4 with one delivery left in the 10th.
Yeah, Miller, I said he was pacey. He made a couple of errors, but he's a pacey guy. If he gets it right, he could do a lot of damage because that ball was right up there. In fact, he played over it, and he was practically he was bowled, all over the place by Miller. Looking at the two opening bowlers for the Leewards, Miller and Francis, I think it's a good duo. However, the tendency to bowl wide deliveries and short deliveries, that is their only what do you call it? Well, I normally say that they err, they err when they do that.
Yes,
they transgress.
they have been inconsistent.
Yes.
They have been inconsistent, but when they have got it right, they've really troubled the US batsmen, and Miller in particular in this innings.
But the last 5 hours between them both, they've been fairly good, except Francis had 2 forces off him through the cover area. That's because of the width and the length at which he was bowling. He is bowling.
Yes, as the new batsman stride into the crease, Rahul Basu now taking his guard. One delivery to negotiate in this, the 5th over for Miller. Miller, who has figures of 3 for 21, and so really good bowling by him so far. This one again left outside the off stump. So that concludes the over. A successful one for the Leeward Islands, and I might add, a really, really good over by Miller. That was a double wicket maiden by him. And so at the end of the first power play, after 10 overs, they score 54 for 4 US men.
Well, given 4 wickets are down in the first 10 overs, you could begin to ask, well, 4, 5. If another wicket goes before 20 overs, then we can see things going. Now, when the bowlers change to spin, we'll see what the wicket does, because it was quite significant when Jamaicans were bowling on this on the other strip, and so we hope that the Leewards would take advantage. Their pacers have done 4 wickets, and when the spinners come on, things will slow right down. I don't know if this strip is as potent as the one before, especially for the spinners, and we see that happening now as we speak.
Yes, and I think this is a brilliant move by the captain Miller, wasting no time getting his trump card Mackenzie into the attack. Of course, Mackenzie would have picked up 5 for 36 in 9.5 overs against the Windward Islands, and as we've been noting, he has been in a really good spot of form. Uh, Dating back to at least the West Indies Breakout League. Of course, there was the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament, which he was a part of in St. Kitts as well. I did a few matches for that, and
Yeah.
he did get a 5 wicket in that tournament as well. So he has been taking wickets, and so I want to commend Miller for seeing the opportunity. 4 wickets down and bringing on his trump card, wants to get Mackenzie as early as possible bowling to the middle order batsman of the US team. And this one flighted, driven to backward point. I would say though, considering the type of bowler that Mackenzie is obviously a wicket-taking option. There's only one slip in place, so the field set for Aripali is a slip, a backward point, a deep cover, extra cover, a mid-off, and on the leg side, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a forward square. This one flighted and driven to that man on the deep cover boundary. Pluck out there.
Yeah, putting a second slip to employ a second slip is a little early. You have to look at the degree of turn and you know how things develop. You can't just say give him 2 slips. The idea is to see what's happening first.
That's true.
Much is expected of this guy. Unique, Cool and Smooth. He was pretty good. I rather enjoyed looking at him.
This one shot, it seems to me, maybe from our angle, but the first slip is a bit fine. And of course, probably needs to be a bit more wider. As a leg spinner turns the ball away, the likelihood of it carrying right of the man. This one.
Good point, yes. Maybe he's a bit fine. He needs to take a step maybe to his right.
Yes, it's a good position for an off spinner,
Mm-hmm.
but for a leg spinner, probably needs to be just a bit more wide. He seems to be a bit deep as well, but certainly a bit too fine from my vantage point. And this one, batsman looking to sweep, and they'll get a leg by.
Yeah, but things will slow down because you know you would have to put pace on the ball if you need a 4 from a spinner, and the ground is big. With a pace bowler, you can hit him and the ball will go, but you would have to generate the momentum for the ball to go for 4.
Yes. On Miller. A quick single taken into the offside. So good running by these two, and the over concludes. So 3 runs off the first over of Michael Mackenzie. After 11 overs, the score 57 for 4, USA men 2.
Yeah, it's a big struggle. In fact, Miller will continue with his 6th over, if you want to call it that. He would continue for his 6th. I don't know who the other spinning option for Leeward really is, but Miller will continue. I think he's doing a rather good job. In fact, within the last 3 overs, he's been very good, taking 2 wickets in the last over and a maiden, and so I think he justifies his decision to keep bowling.
So, well, he's the man on fire right now. He's 3 wickets so far. He probably would want to see how far he can take the spell. And if he gets another breakthrough here, certainly Leeward's in the ascendancy. And so I don't fault him. He is applying a really attacking feel, 2 slips and an extra cover. This one.
And he goes down like that.
Yes, badly lined.
Yes, that
by Miller.
happens sometimes. In fact, a wide.
Yes.
Yes.
The field, there's a mid-on, a backward square, and a man at fine leg. And on the offside, there's 2 slips, a deep third, a backward point, extra cover, and mid-off. So Miller still looking to get wickets here, and And this one playing across the front pad, and the
And
umpire
yeah,
sends him.
in the
Yes,
in the affirmative.
yes. Well, the batsman looking a bit cheeky with that one. He played across his front pad,
Yes.
and of course that is the risk. If you miss, then the likelihood of you being out is high. And so Aripali now, the man that has to depart. The score now 58 for 5. So Miller vindicated in his decision to continue with himself, the captain,
Oh yes.
and picking up a wicket in this his sixth over. Of course, we would note that after 5 overs in a power play, the fast men, there's normally a change.
That's right.
So it's a great decision by him to stay
then
in the attack.
When you take 2 wickets in 1 over, and a maiden, why would you want to come off?
That is true.
And so he continued. I thought he justified his decision to continue bowling, and then he takes another wicket. The batsman came forward with his foot coming across the wicket. He played around his pads actually, and he missed it. And the ball would have cannoned into one of those 3 stumps. The umpire ruled in the affirmative, and so he was LBW, bowled Miller.
Yes,
That's the 5th wicket.
yes, and your batsman to the crease added continue with himself. Aripali would have been dismissed there for 11 runs from 11 balls with 2 fours. Of course, he was the man that punished Francis in that over through the covers. And so trying to get a bit cheeky there, playing all around his front pad, being struck. The umpire did take some time to deliberate. Yes. However, as I said, the risk in playing across the line, especially in that way, was trying to hit that one behind square. And so when he misses that one, easy decision for the umpire to send him. Kappa and Basu have some work to do here. Recovery needed in this innings now. This one. Just a question to you then, McCall. Considering 58 for 5, do you as the captain now decide to continue throughout your spell, or?
Well, who knows? It's a decision for him to make, really. I mean, if he's going through and things are going well, why not? He may end up with, by the time he bowls 10, he may have had 8 wickets down already. So therefore, who knows? It's just a matter of him to bowl well, and if he's bowling well, why not continue?
Yes, I agree. I mean, at 58 for 5, you can't really. I don't think it's wise to think about coming back. I think it's more about how much can we get at this point.
That is correct. Now there are some captains who have a set pattern how we bowl the bowlers, in spite of the position of the game.
Played back to mid-on.
So they have a plan. We give each bowler 5 overs. Then we bring the spin. But the 2 bowlers, in spite of the position of the game, take off. Then you take off your bowlers, and then everybody settles back, and then
back
the
to
team
mid-on.
recovers. And so say, well, okay, let me put the plan aside and give each man, since they're bowling and they're getting wickets, let them continue. Yes. You know, by the time we finish, 8 wickets are down. But some people stick to the plan.
This one driven to the deep third man, the backward point picks it up, single taken, and so Kappa gets off the mark. Basu now on strike. But yes, I agree. I think it's important to think,
stick to the plan.
And especially now this with Miller, who has 4 wickets already, and Mackenzie. One would consider to be the main threat for the Leeward Islands. They would certainly be hoping to continue the stranglehold here. At the end of over number 12, the score 59 for 5, and Miller really successful over again. 2 runs and 1 wicket in that previous over, and as well as of course an old adage, but of course with the fall of wickets, we can see that the run scoring has really dried up.
Well, it will slow down once wickets are falling, and with the spinners on, they could say, well, let us play out Miller and target the other guy. But who are you going to target? You cannot target Mackenzie.
Yes.
Mackenzie is right on spot. He's a very wily guy. He's gaining some experience. He's doing rather good at the regional level, and so he's not one to target.
Yes.
Well, who knows?
Of course, we have seen stranger things happen in cricket. Of course, the previous game here between the US men's team 1 and Jamaica. This one played to mid-on for a single. Yes, as I was saying, the US men's team 1 in that game, they were 109 for 8 in their innings, and they were able to make 209. So the last 2 wickets putting on 100 runs, and that's a situation the Leeward Islands wouldn't want to be in. They'd want to ensure that they wrap up the tail as quickly as possible. Of course, there's still somewhere to go to get there, but they've done a good job so far. 5 wickets down in the 13th over.
I find that the Leeward's greatest
But they've done a good job so far. 5 wickets down in this the 13th
if they keep
over.
These wides and extras minimal, they could be competitive.
Yes.
Because what happened in the last game, and let's hope it's not repeated.
Yes, but they've done a really good job. The bowling unit has done a really good job so far. This one just short, gets away with it, just a clip to the man there at mid-wicket, and so the screws are tightening here. Batsmen only dealing in singles at the moment. Of course, nothing rash required by the US men. They just need to consolidate here. They just need to consolidate, get themselves in and build a partnership.
Looking at Mackenzie, I think he's rushing things too much. I think he's a little too quick through the ear. If you slow things down, he just may get much more out of it.
Well fielded. And that brings to an end his over after...
There's one more ball.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
One more ball.
I am curious though, in terms of the way that the wind is blowing. Well, it's not a steady breeze by any means.
Oh, you're thinking about bringing him from...
Yes,
from this end?
Yes, for the drift factor.
Yeah. So what you're asking him to spin into the wind rather than spin with the wind. Whatever little drift he can get from the wind it will be negated by bowling into the wind. Traditionally, from on this ground, the off spinner bowls from the end where Mackenzie is bowling, and the leg spinner. We had a left arm leggy named Mr. Otto. He will bowl from this end, and Norval will bowl from that end, off spinner, and that would be the combination. Now we're asking Mackenzie to bowl from the
opposite.
The opposite end, which in his bowling, well, not to say into the wind, but his turn will be coming into the wind.
Yes.
Instead of asking him to bowl from this end where the wind will help his turn away.
Yes. And of course, the batsman would be going against the spin, as we see Israel Morton into the attack, left arm orthodox bowler. He also had a solid game against the Windward Islands, picking up a few wickets. However, it really was the Mackenzie show then. This one short, just cut away to the man, sweeping on the boundary, and good work. The Leeward Islands have been good in the field so far as well. We must commend them. They have, their ground feeling has been really good. Not much opportunities for catches just thus far. There was one that popped up to mid-on, a good running catch by the man there. But the ground feeling has been really good so far. And this one short and pulled away, running close to the boundary, goes for 4. So a real loose delivery there by Morton, and the Kappa feeling has been really just swinging that one in front of square. There's the man pulled away on the running wicket boundary, but the boundary goes for 4. So a real loose delivery. Square, he had no chance of getting that one.
Yeah, I think it was a poor delivery. Again, he transgressed, as it were, by bowling a delivery that was saying, "Come and get me."
And this one better delivery. Batsman looking for a single. The field for Morton to Kappa, there's a mid-off, extra cover, point, a man sweeping on the cover boundary, a slip. Oh, this one flighted nicely. And quick single taken. The cover boundary, a slip. Field changes now, of course, with Morton coming from this end nicely, based on how the wind is blowing. Quick single taken. The left-handed batsman would be hitting almost with the wind.
Yeah, that is correct. The right-hander now, if he bowls a shot and it's in place and he hit it, that one is going away to the offside and fumbled down on the point boundary, and he allowed a second one for some reason.
Yes, well, it's a long way out there, and so a batsman capitalizing on that misfield at the end of over number 13, the score 66. Sorry, at the end of over number 14,
that's right.
The score 69 for 5.
Is it 13 or 14?
14. It's 14.
I think 14 would come from the other end. Am I right? You're right. Okay.
That's what I'm seeing from the official scorers.
All right.
Yes, Mackenzie to continue from the far end. And the interesting field here for the man
Mackenzie.
Yes, Kappa on strike, the left-hander. So there's a short fine. There's a man on the mid-wicket forward square boundary. There's a mid-wicket long on. There's a mid-off, extra cover, slip, backward point, and a man sweeping on the offside. And Mackenzie giving this good flight, but well played, taking a quick single.
Yeah, we need to see the ball hanging for a bit.
Yes.
See, I thought Mackenzie was a bit quick in the first over. Let's see if he slows it down a bit somehow.
This one short and pulled to that man on the forward square boundary, just a single. Yes, he has been a bit fast. He needs to give it a bit of ear and tempt the batsman. I also would like to see the fielders just come in a bit more, put some pressure on that single. I know there's easy singles on offer. Oh, this one turning back in to the left-hander. And Mackenzie, he does have a good height, and so he'll get a bounce off the wicket as well. And what makes him really dangerous is his variations. This one shot again, cramping the batsman, just able to dab it to point. So Mackenzie has been steady here so far.
I find every time he tries to bowl quicker, he bowls short. Every time he's quick through the air, it's a short delivery. He can get bounce if he gives it ear.
Oh, batsman reaching for that one, just drop short. Almost a cotton bowl opportunity there.
It was in the air for the first couple of feet, but it fell short of the bowler.
This one, batsman beaten, all ends up. That seemed to be the googly turning away from the batsman, and so Mackenzie causing some problems here. At the end of over number 15, the score 71 for 5.
Googly. If you look at that last delivery, it was slow, and it had some movement on it, and a bit of bounce. Mackenzie would not extract bounce from the wicket if he bowls quickly. He could only extract bounce if he gives it ear.
Morton to continue from the pavilion end to Basu. This one lined nicely. Morton had a bit of a inconsistent first over. Was guilty of being
too short in some cases,
Yes.
maybe too quick through the air.
this one driven to the man at cover for a single. Yes, but I do like the idea though of the batsman hitting against the breeze. However, with a left-hander now, that changes, and so he'll be hitting with the breeze. The feel for the left-hander, there's a man at backward square, there's a man at deep mid-wicket and a long on, and a mid-wicket in the circle. So no one, it seems like, at fine leg. And so single on offer there.
See, then his line has to change to the left-hander, given that the left-hander will hit with the breeze into the boundary. He need to be directing more outside off stump and let it curl in.
Oh, and Basu flirting outside the off stump. Probably would be best advice to leave those alone. This one, full toss, just flick to the man at fine leg for a quick single. Lucky to get away with that one, a full toss.
Yes.
And a real opportunity that the US batsmen have not punished a bad delivery.
Well, normally we say a full toss is a bad delivery. I don't think it's always a bad delivery. If it's deliberate and well thought out, it could be just a good one.
Ooh, and this one well left. So a more steady over by Morton. The score now was 74 for 5 at the end of 16 overs.
Well, some guile and some wit is required. The breeze has become a factor in my view. You have a left-hander and a right-hander. The wind has become a factor. It's pretty. Well, I wouldn't say it's high, but it's quite noticeable.
Steady, yes.
Yeah, it's noticeable. And Mackenzie is trying his best to work things out in terms of line and length. I think he's a bit quick through the air. I hope that he can hang it. I mean, you can't hang everyone, but at least he needs to hang more.
Yes, and this one.
And every time he's quick, he's normally short.
But he seems to be using a few variations here. The batsmen, it is causing doubt for them. This one a little slower. Just play to the man there, backward square. The feel for the right-hander, the two men out. There's one at the deep mid-wicket and one on the extra cover boundary and a long off. This one played late. Batsman looking for two, coming back for the second. So good running by them. A good delivery there by Mackenzie. Just got the outside edge. But well played by the batsman and getting two. Ooh, this one just patted into the leg side, falling just in front of the man at mid-wicket who misfields and allows a single. I think
it eluded him for some reason. I don't know why. But that was an attempted pull at a short ball. Apparently he played before the ball get there. He bottom edged it out to the position there at what it was the mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And he misfielded.
This one flighted nicely. Good fielding there by Mackenzie. Yeah, so he's trying to give it some air. He just needs to probably do it a bit more. Ooh, and this one shot again. Punch to that man. Sweeping on the cover boundary. Single taken. And at the end of the 17th over, the score 78 for 5. Man sweeping on the cover boundary. So as we would have noted, the scoring rate, they were at one point in the pod, they were going at over 6 runs and over, at least in the first 5 overs. And of course, those wickets pegging back the US batsman, they would have lost 3 wickets in quick succession between overs number 10 and over number 12. And so a good partnership though so far at about 20 runs between these two batsmen, so certainly trying to consolidate and get themselves in. One again, just short, but this one pulled nicely into the leg side. That's 4. So a good shot there by Kappa.
The bowler needs to be cognizant of the fact that he's bowling to a left-hander. The ball
again, just short, but this one pulled nicely
short,
into the leg side. That's 4. So a good shot
with the wind. So he need to line much differently so that the fellow doesn't get that short ball to pull. He must at least be outside off stump.
Of course, he's hitting with the wind and the angle with the ball turning in. And he also needs to be cognizant that he has a slip. He needs to give that slip an opportunity. And this one better lined. So Morton has been a bit inconsistent in this spell.
Yes.
Of course, to the right-hander it's different, but to the left-hander there's a minimal room for error. And this one again, that is a much better line and driven by Kappa to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. Field changes for the right-handed Basu. We see there's a long on, mid-wicket, fine leg, a man at deep mid-wicket. There's a man at mid-off, extra cover, a man sweeping on the cover boundary, point, and a slip.
I must give credit to these batsmen. Once something is off, they're going to hit you. Not afraid.
So this one flighted nicely. And good fielding there by the man at point. And limits that to no run. So the fielding in general has been good.
Yes.
Morton 1 delivery left in this 17th over. A faster one. And there's a chance for a run out. Oh. Batsman. Some hesitation between these two batsmen at the end of over number 17. And there's a chance for a run out. I'm seeing at the scoreboard 83. Yes, 83 for 5 at the end of 18 overs.
Yeah, well, there is still room for recovery because we have seen it here the last game. 103 it was for about 7 or 8. Yes, I think it was 8. And they reached up to 210. And, I call it right. I said that, if the Jamaicans were not careful. And so, again, I will say if the Leewards are not careful, we could see a rally.
Yes, of course.
It doesn't look possible from this position, but cricket is a good old game.
Yes, well, we certainly thought in the last game that the Jamaicans would be chasing something less than 150.
That's right.
And they ended up having to get over 200.
And didn't make it.
And this one shot by Mackenzie and pulled away, dispatched by Kappa. And a real loose delivery from Mackenzie, but Kappa did well to punish that by Mackenzie and pulled away, dispatched off of by Kappa spell. And the score moves on to 87 for 5. I think he was trying to push that one too. And there was a discussion between the wicket keeper and the bowler. And so interesting to see what that discussion was about. Probably telling him, hey, you need to get a bit more full and get these guys coming forward. And this one wide. But much better line. And that's what you need, McCall. You need to give that slipper an opportunity.
Wide.
Yes, I think he made an adjustment on the last delivery. And he went wide of off stump, actually.
And this one driven to extra cover.
The only weakness I see with Mr. Mackenzie, when he bowls quicker, he bowls shorter. If he can get that quick one fuller, he just might be more effective.
So this one, nice bounce there. Yes, and that's the length. That's the line and the length that he needs to hit consistently. Of course, Mackenzie, a young man, and in general with spinners, although they are yes attacking options, but they are more susceptible uh, for runs. They are expensive.
It could be expensive and they could be dangerous.
That's the risk of the attacking bowler. The likelihood of them getting wickets is high, but also the likelihood of them getting punished when they err is high as well. And so they need to find a balance between some consistency to limit run scoring, but also get wickets. Mackenzie has done a good job so far, though. This one quicker and played in front. The man who is coming around to his left on the boundary, sweeping, limits that to a single. So the score at the end of over number 19, 89 for 5. And so a good job here by these two batsmen.
Yes, they are they're doing some recovery work, having lost a few wickets earlier. And like I said, if they can get through this period, this next 10 or 10 or 12 overs, and they still have wickets in hand, they could launch an attack even later.
Yes,
they have the ability to score whenever the bowlers are off.
This one flighted nicely and single taken. Yes, partnership of 32 between these two batsmen. Of course, they'll be hoping to carry this on for as long as possible and as deep into the innings as possible, as you would have noted, McCall, in the instances where batsmen consolidate. It helps, it changes the momentum, I think. And I know we keep talking about that game, but it's the reference for this one. And in that US game, the momentum changed with those last 2 wicket partnerships, and of course the Jamaicans unable to overcome the score. And so, as much as it is a technical game, there's also the mental aspect.
And the late rally, from batsmen, really do some psychological damage, to the opposing team. Like, for instance, if you look at the West Indies against Australia, there was a late little partnership between, I think it was Phillip and Seals, and the commentators were suggesting, we need to get these guys out and so on, until a mistake was made, and they hit back a ball, which to my mind wasn't out. That's just my opinion. The ball seemed to have touched the ground, but you still give them out. But late rallies tend to hurt the psyche of even the opening batsmen coming in. For some reason, the team that goes out to field after having rallied for a while, they get confidence.
Yes, and this one again played into the offside batsman, looking for 2. And get there, so is he? It could be run out, and he is. He is run out. Yes, I was saying that was a suicidal second run there. The man who is sweeping on the cover boundary, he's not deep on the boundary. He's a few steps in, and so going for that second run certainly would have been ill-advised.
Yeah.
And the Kappa now, after a good start, he got to 20. From 32, but now run out, and certainly against the run of play, you would say, McCall, we were just discussing how good these two batsmen have been batting.
Yeah, they were doing very well. I thought if they had gotten to the next few overs, they could put a partnership that would make the Leewards, wonder when we get these guys out. But what happened is that the ball was played out into that area. There was a fielder sort of chasing the ball, but not with any momentum. He was allowing the guy to come to pick up because he was facing. I almost said that the fielder running behind the ball was lazy, but he was not putting in any effort. But the fielder came around from cover, picked up the ball, and ran out the batsman.
Yes, it was a really good it was a really good throw from the fielder. He did get around quickly, as you said. Probably the batsman looking at the man coming around at point, who, as you said, was ambling. He wasn't really showing much intent to get there, but the sweeper came across quickly and threw it in a really good throw. And the capper left.
Was found short.
Yes, and a really poor way to go considering the circumstances. And now the new batsman coming to the crease, Ryan Taj. They score 94 for 6 now. The US men in some problems here. 94 for 6 in 20 overs. Mackenzie to continue. Just a bit short again. Yes, and McCall, it's important to minimize these type of risks. There wasn't really a need to push that.
For a second, it wasn't a need to push for a second run. And they tried.
This one, well bowled. Again, indecision by these batsmen.
Oh.
And so, certainly something for these two batsmen, at least the batsmen, to work out. The communication seems to be wanting at this moment.
Well bowled. Again, indecision
was behind the stumps
by these batsmen.
But there seemed to be some problem with communication between the batsmen all of a sudden. And they would have to be careful.
Ooh, this one just sliding down the leg side. I think that one was the googly. And the thing about Mackenzie, you can hear he's putting in an effort.
Yeah.
When he delivers, you can tell he's trying to give it a good rip. And this one just played to a backward point.
Yeah. If you observe Mackenzie before he delivers, he sort of puts the ball to dry for some reason, gives it a couple opportunities. You see?
So he does the rip it from hand to hand.
Yeah, every bowler has his own little idiosyncrasies.
Yes.
Little antics that they do before bowling. And his is quite obvious.
Yes, is. This one shot, and again guilty. Yes, again guilty of trying to be a bit too fast. McCall, he really just needs to find the right pace on this wicket. I think he's trying to do too much, to be honest. He just needs to find a consistent line and length, just like that.
Look at that ball. See? Now when he bowls quicker, he tends to bowl short. He tends to pull it down. Now he gave that one here. And the ball turned right across the batsman and ended up with the keeper.
Yes, and that
nothing wrong with nothing wrong with him bowling quickly, but it must not be short.
Yes, I think he needs to give the ball an opportunity to do something off the wicket. Again, this one flighted nicely but swept well. That is a really good shot, all the way to the boundary for 4. Basu. Yes, it was a really good delivery. Flighted and tempted him, but the batsman
swept well. That is a really good shot.
Yes, it was a really good sweep shot from him. He was game for it. And at the end of 21 overs, they score now 100. So the 100 comes up with that sweep shot at the end of 21 overs. The US men 100 for 6.
Yeah, I think Mackenzie is a very good prospect for the future. He has the turn, he has the googly, he has everything, but whenever he bowls quicker ball, he's bowling too short, and that gives opportunity. Now when he throws one in the air and gives it rip, the ball spins across the batsman, and now his coach is giving him whatever little advice.
The same advice that we've been saying. He needs to give it a bit more air, give it some flight. He's trying to go too quickly.
See, he can't give everyone air. He need to give some, give one ear. He sends one through, but when he sends one through, he needs to have the same length.
Yes, it's more now. A good first delivery there, well flighted, beating the batsman. Again, so Morton now, well, one would hope that he has found his line and his length. He has been a tad expensive for 4.1 overs, 4.2 overs for 20 runs.
That's Morton.
Morton, yes. Mackenzie has bowled 6 overs for 23 runs. No wickets yet, but has done a good job of limiting scoring. And this one, well, really slow by Morton there. Took an edge to get to the batsman, playing off his back foot. Probably would be better served coming forward to that, but no one taken. This one flighted nicely again. So Morton, I think Morton has now found the right pace for the wicket. He just needs to give it a bit of ear and tempt the batsman. Again, we must mention that there is a slip in place, so you really want the batsman coming forward, reaching to get that slip into play. Again, that slip seems to be a bit too fine, needs to be a bit more wider. The outside edge is going to go, when the ball turns away from the bat, it's likely to go much more wider than standing in a fine position.
Yeah, Morton seems to be finding his range at this point in time. He has a tendency to be too short, too wide. And to the left-hander, who is now out, at least he should be able to do better now.
And a maiden over there by Morton, so good over by him there. And these two doing a really good job, not just in terms of, well, they did get a wicket via the run-out route, but limiting scoring as well, so no freebies here.
From a USA standpoint, though, there needs to be a rally to take them to a score of respectability.
Yes. Mackenzie, much better. And this one, lovely flight he did, but well driven by the man on strike there.
Yeah, well flighted delivery by Mackenzie, slightly wide of off stump and still curling away, so it received the treatment down to the man at cover.
Yes, and it's important. You need to get that man at slip in play, else he's just wasted there.
Well, I wouldn't say wasted. He's there in the event.
But you have to give him a chance.
The man at square leg, backward square leg, is there in the event.
But
just in case. But bowling shot doesn't bring the slip into play. It's I catch your point.
See, he needs to be a bit more. It's better to be full than to be short. Well, I would think with a slip in place. And this one lovely again. So he's certainly giving it some ear now. Is Mackenzie, that discussion with his coach, and good on the coach to just come down and have a word. Yes, it's important, especially at this level. Remember, these guys are still under 19. They're young, still learning their trade. And this one peeling off the outside edge. Better delivery there by Mackenzie. So ranging up Porto by the man there at backward point.
Hence you see the reason why the slip is just a rating. But you made a point earlier that the slip for the spinner, it was a little straight. You thought it should be a little wider. And in that case, if he was, he would have fielded that one simply. Would have prevented a single.
Ooh, this one nicely bowled. Played to that man at mid-wicket. So non-eventful over there at the end of 23 overs. The score 102 for 6. The US men, as we take another
water break.
Yes, another water break. And so, as we recap these last 23 overs, we'll go through the scorecard for you. Aryan Tumala, He was LBW Caden Francis, the first batsman to be out for 4. Then there's Ansh Boje, who got a really good start. He got 28 runs from 28 deliveries with 5 boundaries, was bowled by Miller. A good Yorker by him. Then there was Dashan Harry Babu, who was out on 54. Sorry, with the score on 54. Caught up mid-on by Iriti Richards. Sean Jindal. He was out on 54 as well, bowled by Miller in that same over.
This one nicely bowled.
And Amag Aripali, the captain, followed 2 overs later with the score on 58 for 11 runs, LBW to Matthew Miller. And the 6th wicket that fell with the score on 94. Good partnership between Kappa and Basu ended via the runout route. A good throw by Carlton Pluck in the deep, finding the batsman short. And so the Leeward Islands have done a really good job here in limiting the scoring as well as picking up wickets. They, of course, would be hoping to try to get as much wickets in the next 7 overs as possible. They don't want to have this game go too far in terms of overs. It is a good day for cricket. The sun is shining. There's a gentle breeze coming across the ground, but of course, as the time progresses, the sun will get to its apex. It's about to get to its apex in the day, and so the Leewards would be hoping to get out of the field as soon as possible and begin their chase. As I am rejoined by McCall, who just went to get some refreshments. It is a bit of a hot day. There's a nice gentle breeze coming off the ocean, but you can feel the heat out there. It's a really hot day.
Yeah, they feel the players are refreshing themselves, having a rest, having a talk. Even the batsmen have had their drinks brought out to them. But it's been a good morning of cricket for us here at Keon. Of course, the American team number 2, they are currently 102 for about 6 wickets. Many of the wickets taken by one Miller. Miller did fairly well. He started not as well as he ought to have started, but after a while, Miller settled down. His line and length were impeccable. His pace was up, and he gouged 4 wickets out of the 6 that were taken. Francis, on the other hand, he was rather steady, and to the end he was hit for 2 beautiful boundaries by one Arapelli. He was short and wide. He was struck through the cover point area and for 2 fours. But then he came off and gave way to one Mackenzie. Mackenzie comes with quite a reputation, having done very well at the breakout level, and for the cool and smooth he was quite good, and he has quite a good future facing him. In my view, though, looking at him, he was a bit quick through the air, and whenever he was quick, he was short, and then he began to toss up quite a bit more, and then he began to get better. Morton was a bit erratic in the very beginning, short, pulled much by the left-hander, but now he too has settled into a good groove. 102 for 6.
And of course, the batsmen need to be careful here. Again, some miscommunication by the batsmen, and that is something the coaches of the US would need to try to rectify as soon as possible. That indecision is not good, as Morton continues from the pavilion end. And this one short and wide outside the off stump. Of course, after a water break, it's a dangerous time for batsmen. The likelihood of a wicket during a break of play is very high, as the batsmen struggle to refocus. This one A polite inquiry from the man around the bat, but
Break of plays
never in
very
doubt
high.
there. It's that one coming off the
As
full
the
face of the
batsman
bat,
struggle to
as we're seeing here in the
refocus
replay.
this one.
And this one driven to
polite
the man at mid-off.
Inquiry from the man.
Ooh. And this one going in with the arm, a dangerous leave there by the batsman.
Yeah, that was very close. In fact, the keeper took the bails off as well, but it was very close to the off stump.
And as we would say, good judgment by the batsman. It didn't hit the stump. Again, Morton just strain wide outside the off stump. Of course, we did note that the Leeward Islands, for all the good work that they have done, though, but they have been ill-disciplined with their bowling. 13 wides so far in this innings. And that is 2 overs plus 1 of wides, and so certainly need to get a hold of that if they want to be more competitive. It's not like they're doing a bad job here, but certainly there is room for improvement, especially in the regard to extras. And this one flighted nicely again by Morton, and that brings to an end the over. At the end of over number 24, the score 105 for 6.
Yes, the accumulation of the extras is dangerous. We are only halfway into the innings, right?
Yeah.
So let's assume that every 12 overs you will have 13 wides or extras. By the time you bowl 50, we're looking at 20 to 30 wides. Now that's the amount that they had the last time, and that impacted a lot on their chances of winning the game.
Yes,
So what I'm saying is that they tend to play against themselves, in that way.
yes. As
So
we
they'll
see,
have to be careful.
we see a change in bowling from the far end. Kunal Tilokani, right arm off spin, and so Michael Mackenzie being taken out of the attack. And this one played to the man at mid wicket for a single. Just to recap the bowling figures: Caden Francis 1 wicket for 33 runs in 5 overs. Matthew Miller 4 wickets for 23 runs in 6 overs. Michael Mackenzie no wicket for 25 runs in 7 overs, and Morton no wicket for 23 runs in 6 overs. Now we see the introduction of Tilokani, the off spinner. So 5 bowlers used so far by the Leeward Islands. And this one a bit quicker. Tilokani are much more pace than the previous 2, but would need to be cognizant. This one flighted. Would need to be cognizant that it is a good, when they are shot, the batsman have punished him, so he needs to be on good line and length. And this one driven to pluck, running in from the cover boundary. Pluck, of course, the man responsible for that run out of the 2 set batsmen. It was Kappa and Basu at that time, as this one worked for single. So batsman doing a good job here of just rotating the strike in this over. Haven't taken any undue risk as the over concludes the end of over number 25, the halfway mark of this innings in terms of overs. The score 108 for 6.
The introduction of the off spinner is timely, and from the end, which is bowling, traditionally that's the off spinner's end. Just a few runs in that over. He hit a spot one time, a bit short in on occasions, but a rather good over, having been the first.
Yes, and Morton now to continue. And Morton has been giving it some good flight It's just that he has been a bit too inconsistent in terms of his wides, and sometimes being guilty of going short. But I really like the fact that he's giving it some flight. He's tempting the batsman, and we must note as well that the mid-off is in the circle, of course, and so tempting that man to go over mid-off, and of course if he does that, he has a slip in place, and so playing for the outside edge. So I really like that move by the captain Miller. This one just short again, just guilty of being a bit too short on occasion, and a misfield there, and the batsman come back for 2. The field set here, a man at long on, there's a short mid-wicket, there's a man at the forward square boundary, and a fine leg, a man just behind square on the leg side. Then there's on the offside a slip, point, extra cover, mid-off, and a man sweeping on the boundary. So a good in and out feel, I would say. Batsman just happy to take their time here. He struck on the pad. This could be close. Yes, he's given out. And to be quite honest with you, McCall, that one looked plumb from here.
Well, we're not in the best position. Yes, but there's someone in the best position.
Yes.
And he decided it was plumb. And so I will live with that.
He struck on the pad. This could be close. Yes.
Improved on his,
he's given out.
You know, his pace, the way he lines up the ball. And then he bowled one that was short. It was cut down. There was a misfield, and in fact 2 runs were had. I was saying that this over could go without any runs. Those 2 runs were had, and then that last delivery.
He struck on the pad. This could be close. Yes, he's given out.
As we can see on the replay there, that it was a slow delivery, and the batsman seemed to be beaten in the flight and played all across that one. Of course, his
just happy to take their time here.
He struck on the pad. Yes, missing that one completely.
He struck on the pad. Of course, this could be close. Yes,
obliging
given
the
out.
appeal. And so a good bit of bowling there by Morton, just giving that one a bit more ear. I think the batsman deceived in the flight, and the US men losing their 7th wicket, and the new batsman at the crease.
You see, had it not been
Abdul Rahim Zai, the new batsman at the crease.
Had it not been for the misfield, he would not have been the one who was out. Because the misfield allowed him to get 2 runs, which in my view it should have been only 1. The misfield gave him the opportunity to have the strike again, and he was deceived by a nice flighted delivery from Morton, played across it LBW.
Well, certainly something good coming from something bad.
Well, let's say all is well that ends well.
Yes, certainly, but a good bit of bowling there by Morton. And the batsman leaving that one. Final delivery of the over. So at the end of 26 overs, the US men 111 for 7. And certainly now in a spot of bother. Of course, it's not over yet. And we keep alluding to that first game. But of course, the impact of those last 2 partnerships in that innings, where they were 109 for 8. And being able to put on 100 runs in the last 2 with the last two wickets, allowed them to get to a winning total, not just competitive, but a winning total on a pitch. McCall, you would have noted, was good. 150 would have been a challenging score, and that wicket ended up getting much more than that. Of course, I want to ask you now what you think would be a good score on this wicket.
Well, there's a lot more bounce than the one that we had a few days ago. There was a lot more bounce. There's a lot more bounce here. Not a lot of lateral movement in terms of swing, but there's a little turn in the wicket. So there's you need at least 220 minimal.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Minimum 220.
220. Okay. I would
minimum. I said minimum.
Yes, I would stand to agree with you. It's a really. It looks like a really good batting wicket. We haven't seen any demons in the pitch. So far, it has a little bit of turn, yes, but nothing too outrageous. It's carrying well for the fast men. As we see a change in the field, mid-on comes up, And so a good move again by the skipper, asking the batsman to just go over the top. Of course, he has a slip in play. And Tilokani continuing. He's not giving it much flight. This one missing everything, running close to the boundary, gets close and just stopped by the Mandir Bergen batsman crossing for 3. And so that delivery beating everyone all ends up.
Keeper beats
Yes.
everyone and it eventually. I like the bowler though. He seems he bowls from a very high. He bowls from high, which could give him some bounce. It's a little pacey though. If he can slow it down a bit more, he might derive some bounce from it.
If I am to be critical of what he's done so far, it is that he's been a tad too fast. He probably needs to give it just a bit more ear, give the flight the ball a little more. But overall, he has been consistent. Oh, batsman backing away. Ill-advised, a quick single taken, and there's an appeal. Batsman just gets home. And again, McCall, we're seeing some hesitation
Batsman
in the
backing
running
away.
between the wickets.
Ill-advised, a quick single taken, and there's an appeal.
You know, the call in cricket is very simple. It's either yes or no.
Yes.
Just wait.
Yes.
And you know, they seem to be getting it wrong. Leewards need to capitalize on that, those indiscretions.
Yes, as I pulls this one to mid-on again. Non-striker looking for a quick single. The striker sends him back at the end of over number 27. The score 117 for 7.
Which is a reasonably good score, given the fact that we do not know what will happen later. You need to keep batsmen intact for the last couple of overs. Now, if they get bowled out, that's something totally different. I remember the last game, that's why I'm saying this. It was 107 for 8, and they end up with 210. They rallied to 210. I don't know if this team has that resolve in them, but we'll just have to wait and see. 111 for 7, 117 for 7. I think they can still get up to 200 if they have the batting and the resolve to do so.
But of course, in that innings, there was a set batsman that batted to the innings. That was Switton, who made 85.
4.
Yes,
it's the number 4. He was still there.
Switton, he made 85. But
yes.
Of course, that was important. That he was the one to drop anchor throughout that innings. Of course, neither of these two batsmen have been at the crease for a while.
Wonderful, sir.
Again flighted by Morton, fielded. Oh, and this is a good bit of fielding there. He threw that while tumbling over, and so really good work. But a good single there taken.
Some of these guys are quite athletic.
Yes.
I mean, he was tumbling, he was falling, but he still managed to throw the ball in.
And this one quicker, trapping the batsman on the crease. So Morton, yes, it took him some time to find his range. But he certainly seems to have found it now, and he's really causing some problems for these batsmen here. And this one just full driven to the man sweeping on the boundary. Of course, important to note that the man that's sweeping on the cover boundary, he's not right back on the boundary. As well as you would have noted, McCall, the wider boundaries, the squarer boundaries are much bigger than those that are straight.
That is correct. They are quite huge, and when the ball doesn't run away, it's not because the field is slow.
Yes.
But the boundaries are wide,
Yes.
and the square boundaries.
There's certainly a larger distance for the ball to travel square. But that previous delivery taking the edge and chip back to the bowler this time. So the previous delivery, he took the edge. The batsman, he didn't go hard at it. He dropped just before slip this time, trying to turn it into the leg side, succeeding in hitting it back to Morton. So Morton picks up his second, and the score now 119 for 8.
To travel
It
square.
was a nice flighted delivery. He
That
was
previous
trying to
delivery
hit
taking
it
the edge and chip back
but he hit it right back to
to
Morton,
the bowler this
who takes
time.
it gleefully. The innings seem to be winding down for the USA number 2. I said that exactly a couple of days ago, that it was winding down for USA number 1, and they rallied to 210. So I hope that
team is still taking the edge and chip back to the ball at this time.
119. The number 4 is not there. There is no top order batsman, as you made the point, which I failed to realize. Then and now there isn't a top order batsman here, and so therefore the quest to rally may be less than it was then. But the Leewards have done very well for themselves. Mackenzie and Francis, and then not Mackenzie, it's Miller and Francis, and Mackenzie and Morton, and now we have the offspring.
Yes, Tilokani.
Huh?
Tilokani.
Tilokani, doing fairly well in my view.
Yes, and Morton there, he gave that one some good flight. The batsman was looking to flick it into the leg side. It just succeeded in chipping it back to Morton. Morton, again, as I would have noted, finding his range. And this one fast outside the off stump. And so he's showing his variations as well. A new batsman, Ayush Patel, at the end of over number 28. This score, 119 for 8. I know you would have said that you believe a good score would be to 20. I would concur with you. I mean, I don't think that it's a difficult wicket to bat on, and certainly not as difficult as the previous game,
which was lower.
Yes, which was much. Yes, it was much more inconsistent.
Yep, and the spinners were getting appreciable turn.
Yes.
In this case, the spinners are they have to be online, otherwise they get smacked.
Yes. Tilokani, continuing, as you noted, McCall, he does deliver from a high point, and he does deliver with a bit of pace, and so he's getting the ball to move in off the angle of those two things. Again, we really, it's hard to say that it's a difficult wicket. It's just really good bowling initially by Miller to get those initial breakthroughs. They were 4 down, and this one, nice shot, hit well over extra cover. That's a really good shot. Really good shot by the batsman Patel there. Free in the arms. It was outside the off stump, and hitting that one over cover. Of course, there is a man shooting, but he is more
well over extra cover. That's a really good shot.
That one well over extra cover. Good shot.
My question: where did the bowler transgress? It was a beautiful shot.
Yes,
I mean, it was well put together. His feet reach out and he hit it well.
And this one hit straight. And this one going for maximum. And so Abdul Rahim Zai counter-attacking 4 and 6. This one struck nicely down the ground. Of course, there was a mid-on and a mid-off in the circle, inviting that shot.
Maximum.
And now we see those two men going back on the boundary.
Abdul Rahim Zai.
Good adjustment. The ball slightly shorter. If he had gone for this much the same shot, it would have gone airborne. But he bowled it shorter, a little quicker, so he couldn't handle that one.
And this one inside edge onto the pad, batsman crossing for a quick single. Abdul Rahim Zai, he certainly seems he doesn't want to stick around. He seems to be certainly the most aggressive batsman that we've seen in this innings so far.
Yeah, but what would you do if you're if 8 wickets down and there are quite a few overs to go? The idea is to pat and get a single here or there. He is putting the willow to the leather, and hopefully he has succeeded up to a point, and let's see what he will do to Mr. Morton.
Yes, at the end of over number 29, the score 130 for 8. Israel Morton into his 9th over, figures of 2 for 28 so far with 1 maiden, and he has done a really good job from the pavilion end. And this one left by the batsman Patel. Sorry, that is Abdul Rahim Zai who gets that single now. Ayush Patel on strike. He's a left-handed batsman, and so Morton would be turning the ball into him. We see a change in the field. The man at long off goes into the circle to be at mid-off. This one flighted. There's a man at backward square, deep mid-wicket and long on. And then there's a man at mid-wicket. No fine leg that I can see. There's no fine leg. There's a slip. The man now comes to long off. There's an extra cover, backward point, and a man sweeping on the cover boundary. And so fielders trying to get into position here.
Yeah, the number 5 had moved back. Now he goes in.
This one flighted and a quick single taken, and there's a run-out chance, but batsman getting in. So I do agree with you, Makal, that at this stage there's nothing to lose by being a bit more attacking, and we can see that in terms of the running as well as the approach by these two batsmen. Of course, then the question for the Leeward Islands is how long can they continue playing that way before they present at least an opportunity for them. And so it is important, yes, they may go for some runs, but they'll also present opportunities. And this one, quick shot and pulled away. This is a good shot, and it's going to run into the mid-wicket boundary. A poor delivery there by Morton. Short, fast and short, and Zai continuing his merry way with another boundary.
Shot and pulled away. This is a good shot,
necessarily
and it's going to run into the mid-wicket boundary.
But that was intended to be
poor delivery there by Morton.
It doesn't have to be short. And so the majority of bowlers, if they can hone that skill to where you can bowl a quick delivery, but it must be, at pace, at the same, in terms of the same trajectory, the same length as a good delivery.
And this one flighted again, well flighted there by Morton. Good end to the over for him. A bit of an expensive one. Over went for 6 runs at the end of over number 30. The score 136 for 8.
Yeah, you see the mindset of the batting of the batsmen, the same as the batsman, it's a batter.
Yes.
The mindset right now is that we are in the 30th over. We have so many overs to go, 20 overs to go. The idea is to bat around until those overs, are expired. The problem is, how can you survive 20 overs with only 1 wicket to go? That is possible. 2 wickets. 2 wickets to go,
yes.
Right? It is the best way to play. Pat it around, because if you get 2 runs per over for the next 20 overs, that's 40 runs.
Yes.
If you get out at this point in time,
there's nothing.
There's nothing.
Yes, as we see a change in bowling from the far end, Mackenzie being reintroduced into the attack. So Miller certainly looking to wrap up this innings. As Mackenzie right on the money again, quick single taken, and the throw is at the bowler's end, but the batsmen are able to complete the single. Of course, Zai would be looking to get the majority of strike if they are to bat out these 20 overs. He certainly looks like the key for them to get up to a respectable total in terms of scoring.
He's the attacking option, am I right?
Yep. This one flighted and he's going for it. This one skied. The man at cover is coming across and he takes a simple catch. Of course, we just mentioned that Zai was being aggressive. Of course, we did say that would present opportunities. Yes. Trying to hit that one, I think, out of the ground. Not sure if over extra cover or long off, but he just succeeded in getting it to the man at short cover.
Yes, he
was
trying to go straight. For it.
Then he did hit
this one skied. The man at cover is coming across and he takes a simple catch.
Hitting that time the ball coming in, this time the ball going away, succeeded in getting a top edge, and he goes for a quick fire 17 from 16 with two 4s and 1 6. The score now 137 for 9.
You see, if you're going to attack, you must choose who you will attack. To attack Mackenzie, he would have
This
to do
one
something
flighted
wrong.
and he's going for
Rather
it.
than you go after
This
him,
one
doesn't know
Sky,
which
the
ball he
man at
goes.
cover is
That's not how it
coming
works. He
across
should
and
have
he
been
takes a
assessing the fact
simple
that
catch.
Mackenzie
Of
is
course.
hitting and going away from me, so I can't go after him right away. So I have to wait until he's fuller or wait until he's shorter. And so one must wrap their heads
And
around the whole thing and know who you will hit and who you will just take a single from and so on.
of course, we'll check to see the new batsman. But I do want to note as well, dear McCall, was that Zai did play a really good shot over cover of the off spinner.
That's off the off spinner.
And he would probably been better served again trying to target that boundary. He did it hitting against the spin, of course, so probably would have been much better to play with easier shot to play it with the spin. Ill-advised shot, but you can't blame him at this stage. Just trying to get as much runs as possible as the new batsman Vic Apidi, the number 11 batsman, and he gets off the mark right away. Score moving on to 138.
For 9, by the way.
For 9, yes.
So they could be bowled out well before the 50 overs. And I was asking the question some time ago, if the point system involves giving credits or whatever it is for those who bowl out a team before 50 overs, or those who get bowled out before 50. Things like that I was asking,
Well, I'm not sure.
Would the incentives include those kind of things?
I'm not sure if they have a bonus point system for the points. When this one played to the sweeper, they're looking for 2, but the fielder comes off the boundary quickly, just limits it to 1. Yes, I was saying I'm not sure if there's a bonus point system. I do understand what you're saying in terms of do they get something extra for bowling or getting runs at a certain point. I'm not sure, but I do know that the net run rate comes into play, of course. It's how you utilize your innings that determines the net run rate. Oh, this one just taking the edge. Well played. And a wild throw there by the cap. Is it the captain? No, that is that is Irite Richards there at backward point. So a wild throw from him allows the second run. And at the end of over number 31, they score 141 for 9.
Yes, on the flip side of that, though, let me ask a question. What about a team who makes 124 and bowls out a team before 124?
Well,
those are questions.
yes, the US men now are at least 15 plus runs ahead of what the Windward Islands would have made when they defeated the Leeward Islands in their initial encounter. So there is some positive at least to take, something to discuss in the dressing room. Oh, and this one, a lovely delivery there, well flighted, bowls the batsman, all ends up. He really played that timidly, did Apidi. I don't mean to say this badly, but akin to a number 11 batsman there.
Well, you don't expect.
Yes, beaten all ends up.
Yes.
And so the innings now concludes. The US men bowled out for 141 runs in 31.1 overs. Israel Morton getting that final wicket there.
The Leewards have the knack of bowling out teams for small runs, for subpar runs. My question is, do they have the ability to make those runs? I know it sounds funny, but that is a good VJ.
that is a good observation. I mean, this is the second.
They
game.
do have the ability to dismiss teams.
Yes.
For subpar scores, and similarly, the West Indies team, nobody has made 400 against them for the last 2 years. But they have lost and lost and lost.
Yes, and
so these are questions that I just wanted to ask. Anyway.
Yes, as we see the innings concluded there, and we'll go to the scorecard quickly here. Arian Tomala, the opening batsman, he was dismissed for 4 by Caden Francis LBW. Ansh Boje was bowled by Matthew Miller for 28. Darshan Hari Babu, he was caught by Irit Richards at mid-on for 6. Amag Aripali, the captain, he was LBW to Matthew Miller. Rahul Basu, he was, oh sorry, I missed someone. Sean Jindal, he was dismissed of his second delivery, got cleaned up by a Yorker by Miller. Rahul Basu was LBW to Israel Morton, a well-flighted delivery. He lost his wicket, 21 runs. Adit Kappa had a good partnership with Basu, a 31 partnership that was cut short by some poor running, you would say, by Carlton Pluck. Ryan Taj was caught on bowl by Israel Morton. Abdul Rahim Zai, he was dismissed by Micah McKenzie for 17. Sorry. Ayush Patel, he was bowled by Israel Morton. And the bowling figures, now we'll give you the bowling figures. Caden Francis, 1 wicket for 33 runs in 5 overs. Matthew Miller, the captain, 4 wickets for 23 runs in 6 overs with 1 maiden. Micah McKenzie, 1 wicket for 30 runs in 8 overs. Kunal Tilakani, 3 overs for 17. And Israel Morton, 3 wickets for 34 runs in 9.1 overs with 1 maiden. And so we are about to take a bit of a break here, and we'll join you shortly when play resumes. good afternoon all, and welcome back to the second half of this CWI Rising Stars Men Under 19 50 over championship match between the Leeward Islands and the USA Men 2. And just to recap, the US men made 141 all out in 31.1 overs. Top scorer for the innings, Ansh Boj with 28, Rahul Basu with 21, and Adit Kappa with 22. Successful bowlers for the Leeward Islands, Matthew Miller, who got 4 for 23 from 6 overs, and Israel Morton 3 for 34 in 9.1 overs. The two opening batsmen for the Leeward Islands are out there. Number 24. We'll get that information to you shortly, who the opening batsmen are, as I welcome my fellow commentator, McCall, back this afternoon.
Yes, thank you very much, and Mr. Good afternoon to you and to the listening and viewing audiences. It's a nice game in prospect, actually. 141 all out. Remember, Leeward's capitulated for 118 recently, going at 124. So we have to keep our minds, on those things. Thank you.
Yes, as we see the two opening batsmen, Tanez Francis, who is on strike, and Devanand Singh, who is at the non-striker end. And yes, I would say it is an intriguing game. And of course, these two teams in their opening match would have both had losses. And as we see, the left arm fast bowler Ayush Patel coming from the far end. And so it's important for these two teams to get a positive result today. Of course, a victory here significantly sets back any hope of making the final. Of course, 6 teams. Oh, and this one swinging nicely in. Well played there by Francis. Yes, the points, of course, is important, and as you were noting earlier as well, McCall, the net run rate, of course, would play a part as well in this competition in terms of batting out overs and getting runs quickly.
Okay, goody.
And it is important that, well, first of all, the Leeward Islands get to the total, but how quickly will also determine. That's a good delivery. Outside the off stump, Francis fishing, and so certainly a lot of chirping going on here.
Yes, and the chirping is necessary to help to build confidence. What intrigued me is the bounce and carry that is still consistent in this wicket. The score of 142 for some teams, it leads to complacency, for you feel as if this is not much. And of course, Leeward's learned their lesson in the last game, so let's see if they will do different.
And Patel getting some good bounce so far. Of course, we did note that in the US men's innings, they did have a solid start when the ball was new. We didn't really see much by way of lateral movement, as you would have noted, McCall. There seems to be just a bit of in-swing by Patel, but nothing too serious. And Francis trying to hit this one on the up, missing completely. So a good start here by Patel. Has been disciplined just outside the off stump. He does have a slip, a third man, backward point, cover, extra cover. And on the leg side, there's a wide fine leg, a man at mid-wicket and mid-on. There's also a gully. And the Americans getting into the face of the batsman here. The batsman just walking down to that one, flicks it away into the leg side, should be looking for 2 and come back comfortably. So good cricket there at the end of over number 1. Leeward Islands chasing 142
just
for
walking down
victory,
to
2 without loss.
Yeah, the batsman rode the bounce there, and he tucked it away down to square leg or backward square, and 2 runs were hard. In fact, I thought it was I thought it would have been more challenging for 2, but they made up their minds early. Maybe the call came quickly, and so they got 2 runs easily.
Yes, as we see Ritvik Apidi coming from the pavilion end, and of course we did see the Americans coming out early during the lunch break and getting their warm-ups in, and they actually seem really pumped up to go out and defend this total. And the Leeward Islands, as I would have stated, they need to take their time. They did have a poor first go of it in the first game batting wise, and so would be hoping not only to get to this victory but get to this to get these runs but get it convincingly, as Ritvik on top of his mark, Devanand Singh on strike. And this one wide down the leg side. Of course, we did mention in the Leeward Islands innings that they were a bit guilty of being inconsistent in terms of their deliveries. They did serve up a few wides during the US men's innings, a total of 18 extras with 14 wides.
Yeah, well, they improved from the last time. It was 23, I understand, the first occasion. Now it's 18, so apparently they're working on it.
And this one shot and cut away nicely by Devanand Singh. Got on top of that one and cracked it away to the cover boundary for 4. So good start there by Devanand Singh, to loud cheers by the players in the dressing room. Apidi just short there, but Devanand Singh getting well on top of that one and cracking it away to the boundary.
Devanand Singh got on top of that one and cracked it away to the cover boundary for 4. So good start there.
Off stump, and they leave themselves open for the attack through the point and or the cover point area.
Patel, a tall bowler, a nice run up. This one well played by Singh. Yes, he has a good run up. He approaches the wicket well, and does have a bit of pace, but not too much to trouble Singh on that occasion.
Well, he has an elaborate delivery stride, if you want to call it that.
Yes, he has a lot going on when he actually gets to deliver. There's a lot of moving and shaking as he gets to his jump.
Tall and lanky. Over time, he could generate some pace. Give him a couple of pounds of muscle on those 2 legs.
And this one,
he has a deliberate, a very extravagant delivery stride, actually.
And Devanand Singh, interesting decision there. He did get away with cutting one to the boundary. Decided to let that one go. So a good start though from him. These two teams, again, there's a lot of chirping out there. There's a lot of encouragement from the US men's team. They certainly would be hoping to get an early wicket here, and an early wicket here certainly would change the dynamic of this game. Of course, we would have noticed the Leeward Islands really struggled in their first game batting wise. Again shot and punch to the man at backward point, no run.
Well, the Leewards cannot afford early wickets at this point in time, given their sense of vulnerability in the back. Whatever is to be done must be done up front. And if you lose a couple of wickets up front, then the game is thrown wide open. And one would hope, from a Leeward standpoint, that that doesn't happen. At the same time, from the American standpoint, one would hope that they would lose a couple of wickets and giving the Americans a better chance at squaring up this
This one left outside the off stump by Singh. So the field setting on the onside, there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg. And on the offside, there's a mid-off, extra cover, point, gully, slip, and a deep third man. And so the plan would be to just pitch it outside the off stump, and there's a nice cool breeze coming across the ground, not too heavy, steady, but certainly cool, has a cooling effect. It's a really hot day today, a really lovely day to play cricket, I must say. This one short again and wide this time, and so the bowler Apidi probably needs to get just a little more straighter. Again, as we would have noted earlier, McCall, that on this wicket there's not much by way of lateral movement. You need to get as close as possible to wicket to wicket, and to further stress that point, Miller and Francis, the wickets they got as the pacemen early up, were bowled and leg before.
That is correct. Because the lateral movement seems to be minimal. Therefore, bowling straight is the ideal thing to do.
This one more full, but driven to mid-off, no run. And that concludes the second over. So after 2 overs, the Leeward Islands 8 without loss.
Well, a good game in prospect here. Like you said, if a wicket or two should fall, it would put the cats among the pigeons. I would hope from a Leeward standpoint that they will have a good start. And of course, the chirping on the field continues, hoping to have early success. But you can't have early success bowling short and wide. You would have to be straighter. If you miss, then I will hit. And so the Americans would be well advised to be a little straighter rather than wider or shorter.
Yes, Patel to begin his second over. He did have a really good first over, only going for 2 runs. And this one again, nicely pitched outside the off stump. I do hope that these 2 batsmen take their time and get acclimatized, try to build an innings here. Not just, of course, for this game, but for their own confidence. It's important moving forward that, you have that confidence, especially as a batsman. And coming off of a bad game now, as you would have noted earlier, McCall, a score of 220 would probably have been par for this wicket. And this one driven nicely by Francis, a misfield by mid-off, and it's gonna run close to the boundary. It won't get there, but 2 runs conceded. I don't think the bowler would be pleased with that. It was a good delivery, and that misfield costing him 2 runs.
Yeah,
and this one driven nicely by Francis, a misfield by mid-off, and it's gonna run close to the boundary. It won't get there, but 2 runs conceded.
Yes.
I don't think the bowler
this
would
one
be
just
pleased.
clipped, the ball falling just before the wicket. I have noticed that Francis has been using his crease, he has been using his feet, and that previous delivery, not the one before that one where he drove the ball to mid-off, he did take a step down the wicket to get closer to the pitch of the ball, and so it shows that he is thinking. Of course, you don't want to do too much. You don't want to be moving when the ball is being delivered. So there's a certain skill that it takes to do that. Again, steps down and tickles this one fine. This one should go for 4. So getting inside the line of that one, it was badly lined, probably on middle and leg, and just clipped that one to fine leg. So good job by Francis.
The baller was badly lined.
Again, steps down and tickles this one fine. This one should go for 4.
A slight adjustment to the onside. It was clipped away to fine leg for 4 runs. And so if the Leewards can be calm enough to just build this up over after, you can't look for every run. You can't look for runs from every ball. But where the opportunities are presented, you can capitalize and giving the team the best opportunity for victory.
That boundary brings a change in the field, fine leg in place. And Francis again coming down the wicket, this time hitting it in front of square. There is a man at deep backward square. The 2 men out behind square on the boundary. to the right-hander. So there's a deep fine, a deep backward square, a mid-wicket, a wideish mid-wicket, a mid-on, there's a mid-off, extra cover, point, gully, and a slip. So anything that gets through the slip region here stands a good chance of going to the boundary if it has pace. Of course, Devon and Singh leaving that one. And so a productive over for the Leeward Islands comes to a close. After 3 overs, they score 15 without loss.
Yeah, I realized that during the over, in fact, for the last ball, the deep third was moved to fine leg. And as you said, if there was something on the offside and it get to the slips, it will be it would have been 4 runs.
Yes, I would say it seems that there was an adjustment for bad bowling. I would think that if you have 2 slips, a slip and a gully, that your line should be outside the off stump. Of course, again, you don't have much runs to play with. And so keeping that third man would be important for cutting off any potential boundaries that can come.
You are correct, and it encourages the bowler to bowl on the off stump. If you give him a fine leg, then he would not be careful enough to keep it lined.
Yes, of course, Francis stepping down, but he is taking himself out of his comfort zone as Apidi continues from the pavilion end. And Francis hitting this one nicely. Timed the true cover, and they're coming back for 2. So really good shot there. A good balance. Played that off the backward, transferred his weight well, and just clipped that one through the cover region for 2.
Yeah, I think a good shot. Short delivery, short and wide. The bowler having a new ball, he needs to be bringing the batsman forward rather than sending him back. The fact, my coach used to tell me, don't let nobody get back and pull you or cut you. That means they're in charge of you. They're in control. Let them come forward feeling and searching.
Yes, and
so the bowler needs to be a lot fuller and straighter.
We see a change now. There's a backward point being put in place. No man at gully. Shot again. Francis searching for that one. Because of his height, Apidi naturally will get some bounce outside of what is being offered in the wicket, and it's not that he's bowling slowly. He does have a bit of pace to him, not express of course, but certainly good pace and carry from his end.
And because the ball had some height, there was Francis fishing, and to fish at a ball that's coming at pace, you just may touch it. He would be well advised to allow those to slide away.
And the man at slip is more of like a fly slip. There's more of a between, let's say, first and second. And this one clipped to the man at fine leg batsman. Running hard, they're looking for 2, but sent back. So single added to the total. And of course, it is important in these opening overs to not just try to get boundaries, but also to rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking over. It's important to not get bogged down in any way and create any undue pressure on yourself.
The rotation of the strike is important. It gives the bowler somebody else to bowl to, with every ball, or as often as there's a single.
Yes, a PD. This one well played by Devon and Singh there. Yes, Apidi is certainly hitting the pitch hard. He's as you said, he's putting a lot of effort in it, and still there's a lot of chirping. You can see that the American fielders are crowding the batsman, and just trying to get into his head,
trying to unsettle.
Yes, but let's see.
Trying to break concentration.
If Devon Singh can keep his concentration. This one wide. Left alone. Devon.
Is sledging a part of the modern game? Could that be termed as sledging?
Well, I wouldn't. I can't say. I'm not. I can't hear exactly what they're saying. But certainly, I don't think that part of the game will change where you have that interaction between fielders and batsmen. Of course, this is as much of a technical game as it is mental. And, getting under the skin of your opponent can have some positive effects just to get them out of their zone. And so it's really crucial for batsmen to stay focused and bat. This one, and that's a really good delivery, negotiated well. At the end of over number 4, the score 18 without loss.
See the bounce, he was taking that one, from just about chest height to bring it down, and because of the height of this bowler and the effort with his delivery stride is really producing enough bounce and carry. And if he lines up well, it could be a little problem for the opening batsman, but that is not the case. He has come a little short sometimes. He's been spanked to the cover area, and he's been tucked around for 1s and 2s. So if he consistently bowls straight and get that height in, it could be disconcerting, because most bowlers say they try to hit the top of off stump. That one was up in the batsman's rib cage.
Yes, and as we look to our right here, on the eastern side, we see that there's some showers, or there's a rain cloud on the horizon there. Now, I'm not sure. McCall probably would know better than me.
That's rain coming there. Let's hope it will go down the shore or up towards the north, rather than come straight. If it was, I have to get up and see how far back it is. But the beginning here would not. This will not come to us. That will go that way.
Okay.
But if it's stretched all the way around behind, then we know some will come. But let's hope. Against hope.
as we see Patel starting with a wide there. Again, Francis looking to take a step and hit that one to the leg side. Yes. And of course, this little cloud cover providing some respite to what has been a hot day. Although, yes, there has been a cool breeze coming off of the Atlantic Ocean, but it has been a really hot day here in St. Kitts. Patel to continue, and this one outside the off stump played to that man of cover. So again, a change in the field. The man who was at gully now has gone into the offside. So there's a fine leg, a deep backward square, and a mid wicket, and a long on. And on the offside, there's a slip, there's a backward point, a point, extra cover, and mid off. And this one driven nicely by Francis, fielded by the man at long off. And again, McCall, we have to note that if you have a slip in place, you're asking the bowler to bowl outside the off stump. But if he does get the edge, he'll be punished because he has no protection on the boundary. So interesting feel to me. Again, this one.
There is no third man. There was no cover. And he has a deep, fine leg and the backward square. Those are the two out. So he's going to, well, at least if he errs on the offside, we will see 4.
And Patel just putting this one again outside the off stump. So a steady start here by the bowlers of the United States. Yes, we are under a bit of threat from the rain here. We can see the groundsmen in the distance, close to the covers. Of course, nothing happening yet in terms of any rain, but there is the threat around as Patel continues from the far end. This one swinging in. So, as I was saying, a really steady start here by these two bowlers, and I must say a sedate start by the two batsmen as well. They haven't really taken any risk. However, Francis looks to be the more aggressive of these two batsmen. He has been using his feet to the faster bowlers, to the fast bowler, that is Patel, probably trying to negate the angle that the ball is coming in. And this one driven to the man at extra cover no run, and that concludes the 5th over. So after 5 overs, they score 20 without loss.
Yeah, Vijay, there's some rain back of us coming north. You can obviously see the difference you can feel the difference in temperature. There's heavy cloud cover, and it's on the sea right now, and it's heading toward Cairn. One would hope that it goes right down the coast and do not trouble us, but the position of it suggests that it will come to us. Let's hope that by that time it could dissipate.
Yes, well, we are noting that there was a rain delay in Connery in one of the other matches being played today. This is round 2 of the CWI Rising Stars Men Under 19 50 over Championship, and I am checking my weather app, and now we see the covers being called on the field, and so the players are coming off to get shelter. And
it's not yet raining, but it is quite obvious that it will come.
yes,
Based on its position. The clouds are moving from off the sea over to the land, and it's a show that it will come.
yes,
The groundsmen have now they're now covering the pitch. The players are off, and let's hope that this delay wouldn't last no more than 20 minutes.
yes, as we take a short break here, and we try to protect ourselves from this rain. We'll get back to you as soon as we have word about play.
It was too good to be true, boy. Too good to be true.
But the crazy thing, and this should have been on the back. Good afternoon again, all, and welcome back to the St. Mary's Park here in Keon, St. Kitts, for the resumption of play between this game between the USA men and the Leeward Islands in the CWI Rising Stars Men under 1950 over championship. We did have a brief delay of about maybe 30 minutes because of a passing shower, but we are back here ready for play to start. And just to let our viewers know, the score 20 without loss after 5 overs. And so we have play about to start as I welcome back McCall.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Brief shower. One would hope that the shower has gone down to where our farms are. Okay. Wide delivery started by the pretty pacey, lanky fast bowler from this pavilion in.
A pity.
Tall, lanky, wily, and delivers with a high action. Would achieve some bounce once he gets it right. And of course, Leeward's going at 20 without loss. According to the coach, they're going to take it in 20-run segments. Let's get the first 20, and then we'll go from there.
Yes.
Again, wide outside the off stump, left alone by the batsman. Of course, once the ball is wide and has pace on it, the idea is simply to leave it. There's quite a bit of time in this match in terms of, let me not say time, but balls in this game. This is over number 6 and 20 without loss, facing 142 in my view is good. In fact, 121 runs to go prior to the end of this match.
Yes, and as we see a pity coming in. This one short, and a good delivery there by Apidi. Short of a length, the batsman doing well to knock that one down. And we see the US players surrounding, it looks like Francis there, and they're having a bit of a go, and you love to see it. Really, it's an important part of the game, the mental aspect, and of course something now for Francis to think about. I would like to highlight that there wasn't any rain that got on the surface. The groundsmen were very proactive. They were able to get the covers on the pitch before anything, any meaningful rain fell on the ground. So we don't expect a change in the surface. This one just back of a length again, played into the offside by Francis, but I would like to say that it would be interesting to see how both teams now approach that break in play. McCall, as you would have noted, the Leeward Islands coach would set out a task for his team to take it in 20 over stretches, of course. 20 run stretches, of course, that break in play was not a scheduled break in play, and we have seen batsmen losing their wickets after a break in play.
Break in play, sometimes a break in concentration.
Certainly.
And as a result, they have to regroup. And of course, this tall fast bowler is really letting it down. Outside off stump again, close to the bat. In fact, fencing and in fact sparring at it. And he would be well advised to simply drop his hand and let it go.
Yes, the men from the US are feeding off of that. They're surrounding the batsman Francis. As you can see, a lot of the fielders that are in close are getting in the face of Francis. So it would be interesting to see how he copes with that, the mental aspect of the game, where you're being pressured not just to score runs but by the fielders themselves. So
helps
good
to build
battle.
Helps to build his character, being able to ignore and still play.
See. You really can't let these things get to you. Of course, it's easy to say, but you can't let it. You really need to just focus and do what you have to do. Don't let them talk you out. Of course, as you would have noted, McCall, there is a lot more to go in this game, certainly in terms of deliveries. Remember, the Leeward Islands require 121 runs from all but 269 deliveries. So at this stage, no pressure in terms of deliveries to score from, but it's just about these two batsmen applying themselves again and trying to continue with the solid start that they have had so far. This one short again, and he's top edging that one straight up in the air. Wicket keeper takes it, and just as we were discussing after the break, Francis going for a pull shot, gets a top edge taken by the wicket keeper, and the bowler ecstatic there. First wicket falls with the score on 21.
Yeah, again, the build up of pressure, the chirping, plus a couple of short deliveries. Some of them
this one short
just
again, and he's top edging that one straight up in the air.
A build up of
Wicket
pressure.
keeper
The young man has to learn that yes, these things will happen, but his job was to concentrate on negotiating a ball, just one ball. He got a short one, and he went into the pull shot. Apparently the height was a little too much for him, and it ballooned way up into the air and to the keeper behind. So I think that the batsman lost out, and the bowler won this.
Yes, it was an unfortunate end for him, but I do think that pressure that we were talking about, where the fielders were coming in and chirping, certainly would have gotten probably under his skin. It was a short delivery, but he seemed to just mistime that one and hit it high up into the air. Good catch by the wicket keeper, and of course, as I was saying, the bowler very enthused by that dismissal. He was roaring while celebrating with his teammates, and so Leeward losing their first wicket, and that concluded the sixth over. The score 21-1 as Patel continues from the far end.
Now let's imagine for some reason there was no break. What would have been the situation? Again, a break normally means that you have to restart, you have to recalibrate, you have to now begin to readjust the way you were even thinking before, because the situation is different. Now the air is cooler, the ball will do a little more than usual, and apparently he got undone by the chirping and the good bowling from the bowler Apidi.
Patel to continue this one short again, getting good bounce. Batsman going for a quick single, and that brings Carlton Pluck on strike. Carlton Pluck, of course, batting at number 3, wicket keeper batsman by trade. However, Francis, the previous batsman, is the wicket keeper for the Leeward Islands. Pluck as well is naturally aggressive by nature, and so it would be interesting to see how he approaches this innings. We have mentioned that it is a good batting surface. There's good bounce and good carry, and so he is a talented batsman. It's just about how he applies himself at the wicket here, and I believe if he gets himself in, then he can make some runs today. It's important that he builds an innings though. And this one cut away off the edge to the third man, and there has been a change in the field as well, McCall, where they have removed the deep backward square and have put in an orthodox deep third man, who would have just fielded that delivery. Of course, we were discussing that previously that change was more to accommodate for bad bowling by having the backward square and the fine leg, and so a better field placement here by the captain of the Westminster team, Arapali, as the Devanand Singh to face. And this one played quick single, so good running by these two batsmen.
Yeah, the way to defeat this nervousness is to get the bat on ball and to turn the strike over regularly. Do not allow the bowlers to get too many balls at one batsman. Now, concerning the the atmosphere. It's cool right now. There is no sunshine. Of course, the ball will behave differently. You know, I know we're not in England,
Yes.
but because the air is a little denser,
Yes.
there might be some movement.
And Pluck fishing for this one, looking to cut this one backward of point, doesn't connect. Yes, I do agree, and we also have to remember it's still early in the innings. It's the 7th over, so the ball is still new enough, and if there's any movement to be had, to be exploited at this time, now certainly would be the best time to do so with the ball being so new. As the fast bowler, a PD here at the fine leg boundary, shouting his encouragement. And this one just beating the outside edge. A really good delivery there. Patel has been for the most part consistent in his line and length outside the off stump. He's just getting it to move away from the batsman, and again we see the US players surrounding the batsman, getting a few words in, trying to unsettle them mentally and lure them into a false shot. Pluck cuts this one to backward point, but well fielded by the man there, Sean Jindal, at backward point, and that concludes the over. So after 7, the score 24 for 1.
Yes, the Leeward's batsmen will have to be careful by not responding to what they're saying. Sometimes you do not respond with words or to answer them, but you respond by wanting to put on a shot that is not there. And I believe that's what happened to Francis. Now we look at Pluck and that shot that he just played. Shot wasn't really on. That might have been a nice defensive stroke and leave that. But wanting to respond, they must calm their nerve and get a little more professional. Allow the noise to continue. Let it go. Let me face this ball.
This is a pity. The successful bowler in this innings at the top of his mark, coming from the pavilion end. It continues. And this one shot pulled away. The man at fine legs comes around, just a single. So a pity persisting with this short of a length line, and he certainly seemed to have rushed the batsman there. He was a bit late in that one. But
yeah, that one was.
This one shot
that one
pulled
high up on the bat, so
away.
he didn't get any meat. And it is well it didn't happen that way, because he could have gone elsewhere.
Yes, there is a man that is on the deep backward square boundary.
Deep backward square. Luckily he didn't get it off the full face. It fell short, and they had 1 run.
And again, interesting that there is no fine leg, but there is that man at deep backward square. So if he is going to bowl for the hook or the pull, there is no protection at fine leg. Shot and Pluck rush. This one just lobbed to mid-on. So Pluck looking to pull that one away. It came off the bat. He didn't time it at all. It just lobbed to the man at mid-on, and the Leeward Islands now losing their 2nd wicket with the score on 25.
Shot and
25
Pluck
to 2,
rush. This one
I don't want to say
just
will happen
lobbed
again, but it is important for the young batsmen to get themselves accustomed to that sort of behavior and not respond by creating shots that are not there.
Yes.
Okay, that one was short, but I think that he mistimed it. The ball rushed him, and I think he could have done well to just simply let that one go.
Yes, as Pluck departs for 1 run from 4 deliveries. Would be disappointed with that. I mean, it was short, as you said, and probably deserved to be dispatched. But all things considered, the Leeward Island batsmen, of course, coming out of a break but also losing wickets, they need to give themselves some time to consolidate this innings, try to get themselves in, get the pace of the wicket, understand how it's playing before they begin to get really expansive. Of course, yes, we understand that this is the power play overs, but still there is not a big total that you're chasing. There's a lot of deliveries left to be bowled in this inning, so just take your time, play yourself in, and the runs will come accordingly. As we see a PD, he's really pumped up now, and so too are the American men as new batsman Irite Richards takes strike. This one short of a length again, play to the man at mid-on. So a PD insisting on this back of a length, shorter length delivery.
Yes, the fact that there is no fine leg, but he has a deep backward square. Just in the event that somebody gets a full face or full bat on it, it may fly down to deep backward square leg. And so the Leeward Islands batsmen would have to be cognizant of the fact that that is the plan. You can't listen to the chirping. You got to be professional, and this is the time to learn.
Ooh. And Richards trying to cut this one and just getting big on him. So a pity, as we would have mentioned, he's a really tall ball. He gets bounced. For pace, I would say it's more of the bounce. The bounce that he's extracting from the surface has caused some discomfort for the batsman, and
Well,
so they would need to negotiate that.
I think so pace too, because those that got bat on it, they were rushed, which means the pace
Yes,
is affecting them.
he's getting them to climb on the batsman. This one again negotiated nicely by Richards. This time played to backward point. And for the Leeward Islands, you wouldn't really mind if they do take one or two or even three overs of just no little minimal run scoring.
Yes.
At the end of the day, it's about getting yourself in. You have lost two quick wickets, especially after the rain break, and so it's about consolidating now and just trying to get through this difficult period. The bowlers are on top, so it's just seeing it through and get to the next phase, as we were talking about how the coach would have spoken about the way that they want to go about the
Yes.
innings. So take it in phases, try not to lose any more wickets in this next 20 run patch. They've already lost they've already lost 2 runs for 5 wickets in this second 20 that they're looking to take this game in. And on the flip side, the Americans would be looking to exploit uh, these early wickets. On this one, hitting the batsman on his thigh pad, and they are frustrated with that one. He kicks out at the ground. So an eventful end to the 7th over. This score, the 8th overs, this score 25 for 2 Leeward Islands.
After the break, there is no sunshine. Okay, there's a very gentle breeze. In fact, the wind has almost disappeared. It's not dark by any means, but there are some clouds hanging over. The atmosphere is cool, and therefore the ball will behave slightly differently. I played a game in Mullins here, and was how to get myself out.
always going to be on. You have to, well, at least when I was coming up, you had to walk in, you had to ensure that at a certain time when the ball is bowled, you're at a certain position to ensure that, yes, you can cut off a boundary, but you
Yes.
also stop.
Now with 10 overs being bowled, it means there might be a change of.
Yes.
I think each bowler can bowl at least 6 overs.
He bowls.
He had waited long enough, I'm told by the coach, to have come back. There's nothing soft. Um, I would like.
It hasn't taken long for these two spinners to actually find the correct line length and pace. They've done a good job so far. Of course, it's early in the spell, but so far they've done a really good job. This one played it again, and he's rocking back, cutting this one past him at extra cover, and it's running down to the boundary. It wouldn't get there. There's a man chasing, and he fumbles, so they're coming back for three. So good running there by these two batsmen. Good shot there by Richards.
Great shot.
So far,
Short,
really good
tiny.
shot.
So you got that when it posted.
So played it again.
Yeah.
He's rocking back, cutting this one past him at extra cover, and it's running down to the boundary. It wouldn't get there. There's a man.
And this one is swept past the man at mid-on by Singh. The fielder recovers and they get two, but the first real shot of intent shown there by Singh, just getting down and trying to slug sweep that one, and succeeding in getting it just past the man at mid-on, who is, we should add in the circle, there is a man at a real wide long off position, and so hitting straight is certainly on the cards, if he can execute. This one played it again, and he's driving this one, well fielded by the bowler. Good lead there by Singh. That one a bit quicker by Kappa, but he has batted well, but he has shown good application so far in this innings, but really looks to carry on after getting this start.
Chirping.
And he's chipping down the wicket and hitting this one over cover. Safe shot, and they cross for two. Again, a fumble in the outfield allows for the easy completion of two. Yes.
Yes.
As that concludes the over. And so at the end of over number 30, we score 45 for 2.
I was effective. When he plays right?
Yeah.
It's the ball strikes it. Play.
A huge appeal by the USA player. Umpire decides
That
not
might have
out.
been outside leg.
Probably
Outside leg.
But that
A huge appeal was a player. A huge appeal
by the
was a player.
Disqualified.
Well, I agree. Well, the umpire didn't take much time to come. He quickly nodded his head. So in his mind, he was very sure that that was not applicable.
Wide. Ten and going away. wide long one and out caught. That's Richards.
Yes,
So
and
52 for 3. Leeward last week.
yes, and yes, as you would have noted, it was a long score, 53 for 3, when they went for lunch against the Leeward Islands, and they were able after lunch to beat the chasers. We have a bit of a drinks break here. The players are getting refreshed. But yes, I thought it's dangerous to him. We won't really be disappointed with that. He has been hitting it off the back foot really well, as we would have noted, and so very tame end by him to his innings.
But the series are a bit watch and see what it goes. And then next over. Well, having seen what you saw, do you feel that that was going to be too hard?
It just takes some time to get close to at least the innings of the Leeward Islands so far. So in this chase, the Leeward Islands 52 for 3, and with the fall of that wicket, Richards caught by Minnow, and Tanis Francis opened the batting. He was dismissed for 13 runs off 22 deliveries. Devanan Singh still at the crease. He's 15 runs from 40 deliveries. Albert Pluck was dismissed for 1 run off 5 deliveries. And Dimitri Richards, who was just dismissed on a stroke of the water break for 13 runs from 29 deliveries. And there was a good partnership going there in that partnership. 28th from 53 deliveries, and now the Leeward Islands have to once again consolidate, get a partnership. The new man at the crease is the captain, Matthew Miller, and he'll be hoping to lead from the front and take his team to victory.
They could feel that they have a good chance of knocking over and create.
Driven by Devanan to knock off full toss, and let's hope for the best for the West Indies as Leeward leads 2-0. Again, trying to build a partnership, as the previous batters of Richards and Singh did. They started a good partnership. delivery left. the left-arm orthodox. And one thing I wanted to know as well, McCall, is that in their previous game against Trinidad, they used 9 bowlers throughout the innings, did the US. And so it's the wicket
telling me they're all left-hand spinners.
there seems to be there seems to be a steady diet of left-arm spinners.
Okay.
Yes, and interesting, we did see that Tilokani came on for the Leeward Islands bowling off spin. However, we haven't seen anyone turning the ball in from the US just yet.
Okay,
of
everybody's
course,
going away.
yes. Now, the man at slip dash and Harry Babu. On striker, taking a bit of stick. And 5 after 21 overs. And end his figure so far: 5 overs, 2 wickets for 18 runs. He has done a really good job so far. From this end, set to continue. To Joe and Drew's playing back to this one. Drew, diminutive in stature.
Yes.
And we have seen as well Devanand Singh also previously diminutive in stature. This one shot, and Joe is punching this one to the man at extra cover. So it's a bit of chirping still out there. Good to see that the men from the USA, their heads have not fallen. Game really is in the balance, and really a wicket here for the US would certainly put them in the ascendancy for the rest of this game. The Leewards would be hoping that these two can consolidate and take this partnership deep into the rest of the innings.
Well, the chirping has brought them some success, so maybe they're trying to chirp again, get into the batsman's head, and then we see some indiscretion, and a wicket falls.
Yes, and this one shot again, and Drew is cutting this one to the man there, sweeping on the offside just for a single. So the field set, there's a man at mid-on, there's a man in the and there's a backward square on the offside, there's a long off, there's a man sweeping on the cover boundary, and in the circle there's an extra cover slip and backward point. Captain Miller now on strike, and he's looking to hit this one over mid, and that's a lovely shot, and it comes now into the scorer's area, but a good shot there by Miller. Taj, yes, just giving that one some flight, and he hit that one over mid-on.
Ball well flighted, full of length.
He's looking to hit this one over mid-on. That's a lovely shot.
All the way down to the
comes now
into here at long on, and of course, those are few and far between. Now, if he goes for another one without the ball being there, here's where you could get out. So you cannot become complacent. Go back to rotation of single. Go back to playing it safe until you get another one like that. Now that is hard to do, and many West Indian batsmen of late seems incapable of waiting for the opportunity. Can't create chances Otherwise, what you do, you give an opportunity for the opposition to capture you. And so that was a good shot.
Yes, at the end of 22 overs, they score 80 for 5. This one shot by Jindal, and it's cut to the man sweeping on the boundary. Just a single. Yes, I do agree. It's important for the batsman to put away the bad deliveries and score off the low risk opportunities. That one, Miller really hits it well, and he strikes it over mid on really well. This one flighted, and he's playing back to that one again. The batsman, exactly, he played the correct shot after. Get forward to that one. They're playing from the crease, which is dangerous, especially if they miss.
Should have been forward to back.
And this one flighted nicely, gave that one a bit more ear. And Miller, for a minute there, I thought he was going to get into an expansive shot, but negotiated well. This one flighted again, and he's flicking this one too long on. So a good cricket from him, and a misfield, probably the non-striker. He wasn't looking at that time. Score moves up by 1. Helmets, because they are over number 23 to score 83 for 5.
Are there any more right-hand bowlers in that team apart from Apidi, right-hand fast bowler? Are there any more right-handed bowlers? For everybody else, have used their left hand. You know?
Yes, it is a curious mix of over the back foot. I'm not sure if it's how he's no. edge. However,
In
close proximity to each other, and Miller drives it to the first of the or the close of the extra covers. There's a man at long off point, backward point, and a man sweep.
American standpoint, they continue to press and chirp for their benefit because
And this one just over the man there at backward point. It's running close to the boundary. Three fielders in pursuit. Batsman just come back for two. And so the ball and is Abdul Rahim Zai.
1-1 is for third.
Yes, I do believe that they should have run that a bit harder. They certainly ran close to the boundary, and the misfield there probably would have allowed that. This one shot, and this one keeping low. It's flick to the man there, backward square, no run taken. This as this innings has progressed, there have been instances where wickets have fallen in clusters. This one shot, and it's driven left of the man at backward point. Good diving stop there by him, limits it to a single. So good fielding there by the man at backward point.
I'd like to
And steady going here by the Leeward Islands. A good partnership blossoming here.